Hold up, guys. My YouTube's misbehaving. I don't think we're getting that. Cool. Cool. Alright, I think we're gonna go Nicorette versus Percival. Looks like a really good first round matchup. But just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to sort the YouTube out. I put the YouTube live before I set the event, and now I don't know if it's working or not. I think it's working. Oh, no, that's not. Hang on. Most professional start of the stream in a while. Oh no. No, Nicorette and Percival started because I was too slow to hop. Because I'm looking at. Oh. Sorry, guys. I'm a bit late to sit down today, and because of that, I sat down but after the bracket started already, so apologies. I'm a bit all over the place. Yeah, Nicorette and Percival start game 1. Maybe I can just jump on Indy's stream for the first game and just watch from there, because I'm pretty sure he's in game with him. Indy's not live. Okay, amazing. But I see him in game. Oh my god. What a great start of the day, guys. Ay. Ay. Alright. Praying for no tech issues today. Oh, today can't really go that wrong because, today can't really go that wrong because of the fact that, it's not my tournament. So I don't really care. I just sit and cast today. It's kind of chill. Let me just turn that off. Yeah, today's kind of chill. We're just chilling. So, yeah. 51 signups, that's insane. Yeah, it's just the Chinese scene bulking them numbers up. Good to see, good to see. I don't really know what we're going to. I really thought Indy was gonna be in game with these guys. I guess we just wait for game 2. Sorry guys, that's my bad. Oh, who's Christiana playing? Hist number. Oh, so Indy's not even in game with those guys anyway. Alright, we probably just chill for a couple minutes then, guys. Sorry. That's on me. That is on me. My bad. My bad. Right, yeah, we're probably just gonna sit and chill for a couple moments, I guess, and wait for this game to start. Sorry guys, starting an hour earlier and stuff, and I'm just everywhere. I've just been getting some stuff done, and we've just been a little bit of a hectic start. I sat down and it had already started. I was like, oh, I didn't really think it had already started. But yeah, this is Kung Fu Cup today, guys. Hopefully a bunch of good games. Looking forward to it. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. You guys are chatting today. Jesus, freaking Twitch chat's moving. Hello. Hello, guys. Hello. Alright. I auctioned off my sanity for SCT funds. Oh, if only I could. That'd be great, wouldn't it? If I could actually just auction some sanity off and get some more StarCraft funds. Run some more tournaments, that'd be great. Yeah, if only it was so easy. If only it was so easy. do. Oh. Nicorak's down a game against Percival. Cool. Well, let's just go into this game number 2 then. Who is the winner of this play? Potentially Cyan. Okay, we've got an interesting section of the bracket for round or 2 then. Perfect. Let's do this. Alright, we're going to go into game number 2. Apparently Percival won the first game in like 3 minutes or something. It was a very, very quick affair. I can say that much at least. So, yeah, it was a very quick affair for sure. As we get ready to rumble, let's get going. As we kick off into this opening game. In the top left-hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Nicorak. Unfortunately, he's down a map. Like I say, we're just a little bit late to join in. In the bottom right, our blue Terran will be Percival. So we get this up and on the way right now. Get this started out. Get settled in for a couple seconds. Get ready to rumble. And see where things are going to go over the next couple moments. So, we take this about, we get this ready to go, see what's going to happen. And, yeah, see what kind of a game we're going to get here in the next little while. Cool. Alright, there's double proxy Rex down the bottom left-hand side, so that's going to be coming through for a moment or so. We can get that started up as a point of beginning. I'd like to see where things will head for the next couple of moments. So we get set up here, ready to start off and ready to rumble into some action for the next couple of moments. So I got that all readied, and it's going to be seeing those couple of barracks both coming through, the SCV coming over. And just going to be seeing the a couple of Reapers coming about as well. Yeah, just going to move a couple of things about right here, trying to see what's up. And see if we get a scout back home. As the Reapers will start to pop out now. Percival goes for an absolute no scout, which does mean he's going to kind of blindly go for the right thing. So in that regard, that's obviously very good. That's a major plus, but he doesn't, he doesn't actually know what's up, right? So they're still not exactly in the best of positions here. As we start this off and get this underway. Like this Reaper's going to be out of position, for example, so that's not going to be moving for a little while either. So that's something else we can kind of, watch for here just a little bit. As we do have the two Reapers together and try and make a move. Hop up into this natural. One SCV goes down already. Now the two Reapers up to the high ground, going to try and poke about for a couple moments as well. So just a little bit of attention grabbing. Kind of thought this would be more for being as unscouted as it was initially, but unfortunately, that is not really turning out to be too impactful just yet. Just going to be seeing the Reapers trying to drive through. A couple grenades going down. Another grenade going down here against the Reaper still dropping. Can we get this other Reaper? Now, with the Hellion here and these Reapers low HP, I just don't think that Nicorak is going to have much opportunity to do much else right now. Reaper's going to come back in. I really think this Hellion should provide quite a solid defense, though, at this stage. Let's just continue through. Seeing the fight continue. I mean, honestly, kind of surprised that Nicorak still got so much out of this. I really felt like his Reapers were starting to get pushed away, and this was going to become a very kind of solidified ending already, but not quite the case just yet. As we have a couple of Reaper on the Hellion still gathering up. These couple of Reapers up the top side, going to get moving along as well. And yeah, we continue to come by for a couple of moments. Again, Starport, the Tech Lab, and the Reactor coming up too. Bring a bunch of this down for a moment or so. We're going to have a little bit of a fight breaking out. A couple units going back and forth. And just going to be seeing a couple of barracks on a return back. The Reaper coming back as well. And yeah, the couple of barracks just going to be pulling it away. Cyclone the Starport coming through just for a moment or two. And yeah, Reapers across the map mean that Percival's going to get some damage done as well. I mean, hard to say anything other than that this is just going to be a fantastic situation on the side of yeah, hard to be anything but fantastic really on the side of Percival. He gets in, gets a couple SCVs, the barracks are still floating home. Percival did not really take too much damage overall at the end. He traded out some units, but didn't lose a bunch of SCVs. His expansion is coming up and already finished and much faster. Building SCVs off a double orbital setup. Hard to say much else as the Reaper and the Cyclone just pulled back there. We hang around for a couple more moments. Well, I'm just going to be seeing the two Cyclones and the Reaper going to move about. Like I say, the Barrack's going to come back over. Trying to see what else is going on. And trying to see just what else we are going to do with a couple Cyclones making their way onto the map here. Yeah, two Cyclones and the Reaper just going to head down and make some progress for a couple of moments. And maybe we can see something happening in the front of this natural right away. So, actually going to see the Cyclones logging on, doubly so, and it's pretty quick damage. Nicorect gets one Cyclone, but is it going to come at the cost of another? Are we going to auto turret here to kill this? It's not going to kill it if we put it there. Yeah, it's not quite good enough, unfortunately. So for now, at least, this will continue and be... yeah, I guess at the moment it's a success story on the side of... Percival against... I mean, Nicorect kind of... I mean, Cyclone died in the end anyway. Hard to really say much about this TVT, guys. This feels like it's one which is very quickly just heading all the wrong sorts of directions. And I think we're probably going to have ourselves a Percival victory. He's walking across the map, worker lead and army lead. Coming across the map right now and looking to get straight across here. So let's see what happens. Just going to see the tank, the Marines continue to come over for a couple of moments. Just going to be stepping over and obviously getting sieged. We can just start to make some work on this now, I'd imagine, in these next few moments. So we get that all ready to go. Just going to be seeing the Ravens, the rest of these units all gathering up. Just going to be seeing a little bit of a fight taking place. Siege tank getting blasted. You see the Ravens there providing the high ground vision. The tank is able to get a little bit more done. I mean, tank goes in from the bottom side. We're going to kill that tank off, but again, hard to really imagine it's going to be enough. GG is called. It's an early exit for Nicorect today in the first Kung Fu Cup of this new season. And Percival will move through. That was so fast, I'm not sure he's going to have an opponent just yet. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Up next, in terms of the bracket. Oh, Rogue against Rex is happening. Let's go see if we can catch that ZVZ. That might be fun. There's actually a very ZVZ heavy bottom side of the bracket with Lambo in the next round after that. I just think it's going to be something that's ready to start rather than waiting around for who knows what, you know? So, yeah, let's take a chance to move on to that. We can go from there. Cool. Oh, of course, logging on to Korea. It never works for me first time, so we'll probably miss this game because never lucky. In-game. Just gone in-game, of course, typically. Oh, yeah. Never lucky, guys. Never lucky. Hey, what's up, Houdini? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Thanks again for all the work you do for the community. Thank you so much for supporting, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Alright, give me a couple more moments then, guys. I don't know what to really do on the bracket. If you guys see anything cool in the bracket, let me know. But I don't really see anything. Oh, ByuN Max could be interesting. Yeah, let's just ask for an invite on that so we have something to get into. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's just do ByuN Max. That should be pretty favored to ByuN. I don't think Max has played in a while, but it gives us a game. And you know what they say. A game is better than no game. A frequently stated prophecy. Alright, we just wait a little bit and get this ready to go, guys. And like I say, we've got a game lined up at least so we can dive into this. So this is going to be Kung Fu Cup, obviously. Very nice prize pool. Overall prize pool is about $430. It's about the same as a Monday Cup, basically. It's just in yuan, Chinese yuan. Yuan? I don't know how to pronounce that exactly, actually, for some reason. So it's yeah, one of those. It's kind of just a regular weekly cup, and there'll be an end of year finals, which is going to be about $4,000. This probably sounds bad, but I actually didn't think it was. I thought it would be better, actually, the end of year final. But it leads into the end of year final, which is about $4,000. So yeah, just kind of we're just used to China doing kind of crazy good things and stuff, right? So yeah. All right, let's get into another game, guys. ByuN versus Maxed coming up. Let's dive right through to it. Let's get this one ready to rumble. Okay, sorry guys. Yep, we're good. Alright, Max and ByuN coming through. And get ready to start. Alright. ByuN in the top left is going to be our red Terran player. And in the bottom right, our blue Protoss is going to be Maxed. As we get this one up and ready to rumble. We'll look to see what's going on as we get started into a little bit of TVP. I'm going to start with an engineering bay block to kick this off, and otherwise just going to have ourselves the probe coming across the map to try and see a bit of what's going on as well. So just going to move across here. Probe going to check around, a couple of SCVs coming about for a couple of seconds. And now that probe going to move through just for a couple of moments. Getting this up and running. So probe coming by, getting set for, like I say, a second or two here. It's going to be seeing the rest that's coming about as well. Let me just take a couple moments, set everything up. Nothing too wild for the first few moments at least. I'm used to that probe coming through and get set up for a second or so again. I just pulled the probe back. In the end, Maxed ended up Maxed ended up expanding off to the third base location, so that was his initial setup here. I was going to see that Reaper coming back down for a couple seconds. Just going to move across for a moment or so. Get this set up. And we'll take a couple of moments here as we just have the Reaper going to move about. Next in the Twilight Council continue to come through as well for just a sec here. Get that underway. Yeah, Reaper coming about, cycling the Marines coming through. We get a lot of this just ready to rumble for a couple of seconds. So, there you get that coming by. And, yeah. Alright, so Reaper just going to head off over to the side. The Adept is going to come over as well, trying to see a little bit more of what's just happening for a couple of moments. Get this set into place. Let's see what our plan will be. Going to be seeing the Reaper coming back around. And we're going to take a couple of shots as the Adept continues to chase down as well. So we chase that down. You can see the charge and the gateway continue to come through as well. So we bring that all up. Get that all rolling. Yeah, Raven Marines and a couple of tanks coming through. There's a medevac drop coming in from ByuN. So he's going to come in with 8 Marines, trying to unload just initially. The couple of Stalkers coming through. And there's going to begin coming straight across in this direction. So we get that going. Get this on the way by. And it's going to be seeing these Marines in the Cyclone continue to fight for a little bit right now. We got that on the way through. Let's see where we go these next couple of moments with this attack being cleaned up. So it's going to be 5 Marines going down. We killed a couple of units initially. Wouldn't say that this was super crazy or anything. This medevac does make its way out of here and just escaping through for the moment, as you can see. So backing it up, getting out of position, and just heading elsewhere. Blink, the Forge, and the Robobay coming through. The Zealots and the Observer coming about as well. So all of that coming online right now, bringing this into place. I'm just going to see that medevac all the way back to the top, unloading the Cyclone, unloading a couple of Marines, just for a few more moments as well. Cyclone locking onto the hallucinations, just going to work through that for a moment or so. So something as a few STVs going to repair up the Cyclone. Cyclone getting some repairs already. Just going to be seeing the Stimpak and the Marines continue to come through, and everything else settling at the front door for now. So again, everything gathering up. Just going to see this medevac coming over, a few Marines inside, and we are, like I say, just making a bit of a push across for a couple of moments here. See what else is going to happen. ByuN was just the second kind of small drop of this game. I'm a little bit surprised that this is kind of the approach he wishes to take. Wasn't really expecting him to necessarily go quite that direction. Just going to see the Marines unload to the high ground, so just going to hang out over here for a second or two. Let's see those Marines trying to get in after the Zealot. Let's see the few Zealots gathering up. Stalker's going to be there as well. And again, just joining ourselves in all together for now as we continue to see what is coming next. This medevac on the move over to the right side. And again, also going to once more just look for a chance to come back into place. Just unloads for a moment or two. A couple of Zealots are going to be there. There's a Marine tank coming across. So ByuN on a push and looking to capitalize in the next, like I say, a few moments. It should be starting to look pretty good for him. So getting that ready to rumble. So we have the medevac trying to come back through again, threatening. This army should probably continue to press on forward if I had to guess. And if we press on forward with this, like I said, I think it's going to be difficult for Maxed to really have an answer to what is going on here. So I do think that'll be, like I say, a bit of an issue perhaps. The tank's going to get siege. Anti-armor missile going to hit a bunch of these units. Colossus, Stalkers, and all sorts getting caught. I guess they're going to be difficult to really see much else happen at this kind of a point, as we are going to see everything else coming around. Just going to be seeing the units going to jump on through. I'm just going to be seeing this army connecting forward. A couple of tanks going to be firing up. The Colossus, obviously, nice splash, but do we have enough to support this? Answer, no. As the Colossus are surviving through this, but the Marauders step forward. Now the Colossus have nowhere else to really run to. And that second Colossus should go down. Cyclone will lock onto it to guarantee the kill. Obviously, with the attack reset here, it's very difficult to stay in this game. Otherwise, Marines and the Cyclone still pushing through. A couple Zealots going down. ByuN is going to take a Game 1 victory in this best of 3. Like I said, we came into this knowing he was going to be a big favorite. And I think that will reign true in this one. We're going to start getting some more interesting matchups. Maybe kind of the round after this or so, we start to get into some matches where I think players may be a bit more evenly matched and so on. So that should be interesting. All right. Be into this in a moment or two, guys. Get ready to kick off to this next map. let's get this going. We have got ourselves in the bottom left-hand side the red Terran player, ByuN, up 1 in this BO3 against Maxed, the blue Protoss in the top right. Gateway, Pro, continue coming about. Refinery in the SCV. Gonna build through as well as we continue to get that on the way up. Just for a moment or so. And yeah, racks and the gas continue to come about. Getting the assimilator coming by as well. We're getting a few chunks of this just set up for the moment. Seeing where we can continue. The SCV will take a step across and into the upper right side as well to also try and see just what else is happening right now. Trying to get this all underways. An engineering bay block again, which I think is absolutely fine. Let's just kind of block this area and just, set up to kind of deal with that already. You can see the probe coming through. The SCV will take some damage, and we will have the other couple probes coming across as well. It's just going to bring that straight over. And again, trying to see what our game plan will be here, as the probes will just get to picking away at that engineering bay is going to be the plan for the next few moments. Then probes, nibbling, pylon coming up. SCV pulls back down to that bottom side. And yeah, just gonna see factory, the engineering bay coming up for a moment or two. Orbital on the way, cybercore coming up. And SCV just gets back into the main base for a couple of moments, get that set up. And yeah, just gonna see the mule coming through onto that main mineral line. Next is coming up, and again the factory is going to just move over, ready to just jump onto this reactor for a moment or so. Just again get that set up and ready to rumble for a moment. And yeah, early game just going to be that factory and a couple of Hellions, so maybe ByuN will go a bit more aggressive early in this game and try and really get something more done like super quickly this time around is a possibility, so maybe that's something that we'll set up for here as the Twilight Council, the Nexus, and the Warp Gate and company all continue through just for a little bit. CC coming about. Hellions and the Marine are going to step out into the natural expansion. Just going to see the Nexus up on the natural as well. And they're joined in together. A couple probes are going to come down to the low ground, so just going to get those moving across as well here. Get that all set. Ready to see what else is going on. Again, Warp Gate, the Sentry, the Twilight Council, and the Gateway continue to come through. Commence into racks and the gas. Building as well. Add a little bit more Marine Hellion into play. Just going to see the rest of these Hellions still continue to gather up for the next few moments. So we continue to get that rolling here. Yeah, bring this up. That blink coming through. That warp gate still building. We do have the Hellions going up the right side. Looking to try and get in position for a couple of moments as the run-by will just happen. There's a sentry, but do we have the energy for a force field even? We're not going to get into the craziest of positions right away, so maybe this is not too bad as the Hellions will get 4 probes, and that's going to be about it. So obviously if they go up into the main base or so, that could have been much more of an issue, but that part did not happen. So in that regard, we are just fine. Again, Blink coming about, Stim and the Marines all coming through. Just going to see that +1 coming up as well. So you see where ByuN is going behind this pretty standard little position that we can continue into for a little bit. Not really anything too surprising in that regard for the moment. Like one's going to lock on. Stalker's going to take some damage. We take a few more hits then for just a couple of moments. You are going to see the Stalkers getting jumped on still. Cyclone the Marines coming through. That Stalker is going to get picked away at. Still everything just not really going the way of Maxed right now. It's been, unfortunately for him, a bit of a rough game and a rough series in all honesty. That Blink continuing through. That Observer still coming up. That's going to be seeing the probe coming around as well. Yeah, Marine Marauder on the way. Stimpack and the +1 upgrade coming by as well. Add a combat shield into the mix there. Just going to keep bringing that through for the moment. And seeing what else is going to happen. Yeah, Blink is building. The Robo Bay coming online. ByuN still stepping forward a few of those Stalkers. It's going to get pushed back again. A couple of probes continue by also here. And yeah, we just take a little bit longer as the Marines and the Cyclone step through. Sentry goes down. The Adept gets picked off. I'm just going to see that Cyclone is now dead, and the Stalkers just blink back across further into this natural expansion. Tank going to try and siege, and a few Stalkers will try and jump onto this. Actually, probably goes down. Energy recharge on the battery. Fortunately, we have Stim for ByuN, so he's probably still going to get quite a lot done from this, even though this did not really feel as though it was going to be ideal. Now these Marines just come through. They get the Stalker. They're going to start getting some probes. He's going to be seeing the Stalker still taking some damages. We just have 5 workers going down. All those probes just not mining is obviously an issue in and of itself as well. So I think it's fair to say that this one is probably going to be a rapidly ending game, if I had to make a guess at things. It's good to see 11 probes still dropping down, and yeah, I don't think we really save ourselves here, as Max said, as we probably just have this next army coming across and probably going to be able to get going for a bit of a shove to play cleanup. And I'd imagine in the next kind of moment that we choose to attack, basically, as ByuN. I don't think that's going to take very long at all. So yeah, Marine Marauder going to push double army supply already, and that might just rise, like I say, from there onwards as well. So we will see. Just seeing the Bioforce going to come across, just looking to try and get that Stalker. Chasing over, the Immortal and the Sentry is going to gather up as well. Again, we go diving through just for a moment, so again, trying to see what else we've got going on. But this answer is just really not very much, so... like, there just ain't much happening here, guys. There's not much else to say about it. As, just gonna have Bio, gonna turn around, jump on the Colossus. 21 probes dead. Max said, in trouble, dying, flailing, and GGing ByuN 2-0 into the next round of the Kung Fu Cup. So yeah, first couple of rounds, like I say, definitely a couple of players who are going to be a little bit one-sided against each other, but it'll start getting a little bit more exciting over time. I wonder if there's a clean feed. I wonder if what they're casting on the clean feed, and if there is one, obviously we could actually jump into it as well. Clean feed only on the Chinese server. Okay. Then we don't have much to do there just yet. Alright, I'm not really sure what to do on the bracket. I was just getting caught up there. ByuN's going to play herO or Art. If herO and Art have not started, that could actually be cool, because I think Art's been playing well lately. Been watching him in Team League, obviously. Otherwise, still a Christiana next round. There's a lot of like next round matches that are very cool, so I'm pretty sure we'll find something soon. It's just we don't have anything necessarily just yet. Rogue beat Rex. He would play Lambo. It's also kind of a cool match that we could maybe get into shortly. If Lambo comes out of game, so... Well, we just missed a game of, Yeah, we just missed a game of, herO and Art. They've just gone in game, just as I've hopped servers. Not having the best of luck hopping servers for games today, are we, guys? It's not been ideal, to say the least. Not been ideal. Christiana just popped out a game. Is he playing against Nice? Yeah. Wonder if that plays Solar. That's possibly a cool match. Maybe I should actually join the Kung Fu Cup channel on the NA server. Channel. This one. See if that gives us a few more people on. There's less people in the Kung Fu Cup channel than in the WardiTV channel. I think we'll maybe wait for Lambo to come out of his game, and then maybe we can go like Lambo versus Rogue. I'm presuming Lambo is a pretty hefty favorite in the matchup, so maybe we go there. Maybe that's kind of just a pretty reasonable kind of way to approach this. And maybe that's a good way to kick this off. Yeah, I think let's do that. I think let's do that. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, yeah, let's just wait for Lambo a few moments, guys, and we can go from there basically. What's up, everyone? Again, thanks for joining us. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe already. Of course, it helps us out a whole bunch if you do so. It's always appreciated. And otherwise, we are, like I say, getting ready to go into more very soon. So, getting some progress made here shortly. Sweet. All right, we're gonna send it. Yeah, we'll send it as soon as we find something, guys. That Alex is playing creator. There's some cool matches going on, but they're kind of mid-series, so I'm kind of like, I don't want to jump into something mid-series just for us to kind of cast a game and then come out and have the same issue, which is why I'd rather go into, or I'd rather wait for like Lambo to finish his game right now and then, yeah, jump in, you know, the winner versus Rogue or so, and then maybe by then just all the matches are going to be a little bit cooler too, so perhaps by that point we potentially kind of move through and do some other things as well, so I think that's the rough game plan at the moment from my point of view, guys. So yeah, let's do that. I just see Lambo came out of game as well, so I presume he probably is going to have a game for us very shortly. So that would be cool. Lambo Rogue is actually kind of just a fun ZVZ just in general, to be honest, so kind of down for that. Last Lambo if we finished round 2, trying to get some info already, I guess. Get some information. Cool, cool, cool. Bit of a slow start today, guys. Just a little unlucky getting into some of the games, and then obviously some of the matches are just going to end up being quick initially as well, so it is just going to be, like I said, a bit of a slower beginning, but that's okay. Happens. It happens. Oh, Lambo did not play round 2 yet. Oh, well, maybe we can just go into him versus his first opponent. Ah, it's Silky. It's actually kind of a cool match too. It's also Zerg versus Zerg, so maybe we just send it. Cool. We'll join Lambo's game if that's gonna happen. Still, I think. Yeah. Why not? Why not? All right. Well, this is game 2. I actually didn't get a score from them. I thought someone might tell me as I was asking, but we didn't get a score. So I'm not gonna put a score, but it is at least game 2, guys. It is at least game 2. Not sure what, like I say, this actual score is, but we'll try and just figure this out as we go along, I guess. And yeah, we'll just do some guesstimating. And in the bottom left, Silky is the pink Zerg player. He's a Chinese Zerg that's always been around, kind of has moments of looking great, is usually very aggressive and very all-in-y, so that's something we can kind of watch out for here as well. As he takes on Lambo in the top right. Blue Zerg in game number 2. Like I say, not sure what the score is, so I can't help you guys in that regard, but we can just sort of sit through and see maybe what happens as we work our way into this ZVZ. So yeah, game 2. Like I said, I would presume Lambo's up a game, but ZVZ, Silky's a pretty cheesy guy. He actually would not like to double down on that. Like, if I had to make a bet on it, then I probably wouldn't bet on it, actually. Like my head says absolutely, like, Lambo should always be winning these games, but, like I say, I know a little bit of Silky. I know what he's like. I know his game. I know he can be a bit cheeky and tricksy to play against. Like I say, in ZVZ, I think more likely. So I'm not going to put a score on the scoreboard, but it is game 2, guys. Love you, please cast herO games. What's up, How May? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. I will do my best. Typically, herO right now is actually playing. herO actually has an interest in actually playing SOS and then potentially trigger Shameless or Yakov. I didn't see Shameless and Yakov in round 1. How do these guys always play each other round 1 of these tournaments? Oh, that actually would have been a cool bracket as well. Shameless or Yakov versus Trigger versus herO, most likely, or SOS. Well, we're probably not going to end up casting herO for a bit because it's going to be PvP for him, but maybe in the round of 8 or so. And if he makes it round of 4, obviously we'll almost definitely be catching up on him there. So yeah, we'll see kind of what the day brings. But obviously we'd love to cast herO too. Just I'm not going to give us to give us over to PvP so early in the day. It's 1-0 if this is game 2. It is, but 1-0 to who? But like I can say it's 1-0, but is it 1-0 to Lambo? Is it 1-0 to Silky? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'll leave the scores completely blank so that shows that I actually have no idea. Because like I say, Silky could have maybe possibly taken the game. So, like I say, not going to be too presumptuous. Never presume your opponents have lost or something. I don't know. It's not even my opponent. This makes even less sense. Yeah, game 2, but the first game was a draw. Exactly. You know, we don't know any of the actual outcomes of what this could be, so not easy to just go and claim and point out, right? Got to be a little careful with what we say. All right, there's a couple links coming out and onto the map initially. It's just going to be bringing those through for a little bit. It's just going to take those straight across. Lambo going to push over. There's going to be a bayonet coming up from both sides. The link speed coming over. A couple drones coming by as well. Let me just take a few moments to see where we go. A couple of lings are going to go back and forth with one another for a few moments as well. So just try and get set up and see what exactly is going on. The fueling is going to come about. It's going to be seen that circling again. Chase for a couple more moments too. Going to pull back over there. A couple more lings coming about. Bayonets on the way. Ling speed building. Drones on the lings. All producing through for the moment. A couple lings continue across. And the Queen's going to be gathering up there with everything else as well. So again, everything getting joined in. A couple of those Banes being added on. The Zergling going to take a wander up into the main base also. And again, just also try and see a little bit of what else is happening. Queen is going to throw an inject down. And yeah, we're going to just go Rotron from both players. Very standard for ZVZ right now. Really not a lot of chaos or craziness or anything like that really happening in the slightest at the moment. It's very chilled out over here. So yeah, this is a very chilled situation. No one doing anything crazy. Are you going to start seeing some roaches instead of drones? We do see Lambo not building the lab where Silky is, so that is one thing to note. A bit of a difference between the two right there as we see Ling continue to come about. Just going to be having the rest of this continue over. Ooh, sorry, a Baneling goes off, but nothing really too impactful. So, yeah, nothing too crazy in that regard. Just going to see a couple Lings peel off to the side. One Ling trying to scout through, so Silky trying to keep good information on the go, if nothing else. Trying to always be aware of what's going on and so on. As that Ling continues to pull down the right-hand side. Going to be seeing the other couple of Lings coming by as well. Just going to move those over. And there is going to be an Evo Chamber dropping down on the side of Lambo. So an Evo Chamber coming into place, the lair, and a few drones coming up as we speak. Bringing that all through for the moment. Well, Lambo takes a few more Lings just out across the map, so we'll go and run those across already. Okay, see a couple of these Banes going to connect in initially defensively. Lambo tries to dodge over to the side, just going to be seeing the Queen. Not going to go down there. The Baneling's doing well enough at the moment to pretty much just deflect everything that's going on. Yeah, not much happening there. Silky's going into that Spire already, so he's heading straight into the Spire play, straight into the Mutalisks. A way in which he's going to try and take control of this game. Lambo's going to go Spire too, but later than his opponent. He gets a full scout as well, so Lambo... Oh yeah, sorry, he did see it. For a moment it looked like he didn't. But yeah, he gets a full scout, sees the Spire, so he knows what he's playing against, which means he can kind of play the counter Mutalisks here. And kind of play a bit more defensively perhaps, and decide how he wants to approach this. He does have less gas banked up, so he might have less mutas at first, but like I say, having the information may allow him to make some choices. Right now he's just Roachling Baning. I guess he's looking to try and get a response from his opponent, who actually doesn't have a Roach Roar. Oh no, he has a Roach Roar, but not a single Roach on the way. Only 3 mutas on the way, actually. So this actually might be pretty successful for Lambo if he just has enough to kind of force the issue here. And especially because he's going to have himself the Banelings. It's going to make the Zergling-based defense extremely difficult to actually pull off, of course. So it's going to be an issue too. As the Roaches, the Lings, and the Banes come in. A couple of Lings going to get hit. A couple of Ravages morphing through. Going to evacuate off this base. The low amount of mutas that are going to come out initially are going to be very limited impact. It's just going to take them a long time to really do much right here. So definitely expecting that to be kind of a determining factor in how this goes. Those few Roaches obviously hurting. Pulling back up for a moment is just going to see the Roaches still taking damage. The Lings pulling back. And yeah, that Ling Muta Force is going to continue to clean up in the end. Lambo, like I say, behind this, he's going to start going Carapace, so he's going to start building into his own mutas. Now, what's interesting is, of course, that we just don't know this as as Silky. Milky. So, we just don't know this as Silky. And as such, you got a bunch more mutas on the way up. The Carapace upgrade, the Fly Carapace upgrade coming through as well. And like I say, even an Infestation Pit from Silky is not exactly going to do him justice or well in the long term here. Like, that just does not help you at the end of this game. So that's going to be a major issue also. A couple of mutas going to get through, going to jump onto that Overlord. I'm just going to knock this down for the next couple of moments. Extractor's coming about. The Lings are going to chase other Lings away. Just pushing there for a couple of moments then, chasing that back. At the moment, as the Lings continue to move around, the Muta's going to get in after the Overlord. And it's obviously Lambo just... It's funny because Lambo really has just taken Muta control, and because he's got more Mutas, he essentially just nullifies the Mutas of his opponent. Like, they're really so ineffective at kind of doing anything at this stage, essentially. So that's really less than ideal scenario, as, yeah, I mean, you can see the moment that these Mutas get caught there, they're just going to be instantly in trouble. Not ideal, not great. And this does feel like Lambo is just going to continue to produce into a better and better pace. We're going to morph a few Banelings here as well. We have that Hive on the way from the Infestation Pit, so we'll see what Silky tries to do with that long term. At this point, maybe Vipers are needed to try and deal with the Muta count. At this point, he might even just say, well, I've got the Infestation Pit, maybe I go into some Fungals with the Infestors, but I think Lambo is kind of all over this one and is definitely looking very solid here for game number 2. Like I said, I do think Lambo's probably up a game if this game is anything to show as well. Definitely seems like he's just a much more controlled player, so it's probably looking like a 2-0 here. Even if we don't have complete confirmation of the score, I think it's a pretty safe. It was a pretty safe guesstimate in the first place anyway, but probably more so now that we're seeing exactly what's going on. Lings will fight Lings on the upper right side. Lings are going to run in. A Baneling gets picked off there already. The few Queens are going to be gathering up. Just going to see everything else coming through. Gathering in for the moment. That's him just flying over. Just going to get in after those drones as well. Yeah, we'll get some damage dealt, but at the same time, Lambo's across the map. Meters are going to dive through. There's no mine on the third base of Silky either, so his position really is pretty rough right now as the meters continue to come about. Make their way over again, just going to dive in for a whole bunch more drones and continue to deal a bunch of damage. GG is called. Lambo, I'm going to say 2-0s. I mean, like I say, it's a bit of a guess. We'll confirm in a second when the bracket either updates or they go into a game 3. So we'll know in a moment whether it is in fact going to be a 2-0 just in a moment, or 2 guys. And yeah, we can go from there. Solar, I think Solar might have an opponent. If Solar has an opponent, it's also possibly interesting. Solar against Christiana. We could do either. Okay, guys, I need you to tell me right now. Would you guys rather see Solar versus Christiana, or would you guys rather see Rogue against Lambo? You have your choice: ZVP, Solar, Christiana, or ZVZ, Rogue, Lambo. Solar Christiana would potentially lead into Q Nightmare. Actually, is actually an interesting one. Lambo Rogue potentially leads into versus Showtime. Solar Christiana, ZVP, Rogue, Lambo. Solar. I think we're probably going to go Solar Christiana, guys. Seems ZVZ is cool. I actually think a Rogue Lambo would be cool, but I think ZVP is going to win out in the popularity contest. Rogue Lambo. Oh, YouTube has the Lambo, wants the Lambo game. Ooh. The best part is I actually think the following match on either side of the bracket is also very interesting. Q and Nightmare. Okay, I'm going to go Solar Christiana because I think Solar Christiana is going to lead into more quickly, or is going to be a better length of game to then lead into the Q and Nightmare winner after. And it probably gives us more back-to-back games. There's a little bit more preference for Solar Christiana, but it also probably gives us a better round of 8 match as well. So I'm sorry, ZVZ fans, but it's 2 very tempting matches, and they're both going to start at kind of the same time. So yeah, let's go for the Solar Christiana match. We can go from there and just kind of follow that section through, probably. Wow, YouTube, you're making me feel bad. Everyone on YouTube wanted the ZVZ. I'm sorry, guys. It's not that I don't love you. Ay. Everyone's what I'm not deciding to do. Oh, yeah, I'm terrible. Alright, we'll take a moment or so, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Get ready to party. See what's going to happen. Wait, did they just go? Without a lobby link? Okay, well, we're not doing Solar versus Christiana, guys, because they just started without a lobby link in the chat, which is unheard of in this day and age. Wow. Yeah, okay, well, we're going ZVZ, guys. Just like that. Sorry. Yeah, they just started, and I guess they have other casters in there already joining our friends. My friends list is bulked, so I can't join our friends right now. My friends list is just broken, so yeah, sorry guys. We're not gonna catch the ZVP. They already started. Well, we'll just then I guess the decision is made for us. So we'll go Rogue Lambo. Cool. I can't believe the other guys didn't lobby link. Alright. We are in the lobby for this one at least. Yeah, my friend list is broken as well, so I can't see people going in game easily. So, yeah, we're gonna go Rogue against Lambo, guys. That's okay. There's other streams on. If you do want to watch Solar Christiana, I don't know if there's an English stream on it, but there are other streams. I know Indies Live and TKL is going to be covering the Showtime Percival game, if that interests you. That's going to be in French on TKL's channel. Like I say, Indies is going to be covering the Christiana Solar game. Rex is currently casting something as well. What's Rex casting? Rex is on. Rex also joined Christian. How did I... Okay, I just... You know what it is? They're probably all in a party, and usually I would see if they're in a party because I'd just see it on my friends list when I mouse over them. But because my friends list is broken today... Yeah, because my friend list is broken today, I can't actually see that, so... Yeah, alright, well, the universe said... ZVZ, yeah. The universe said, appease the YouTube chat. As we get ready to roll. What's up, Zealoson? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing and supporting the channel today. We're still trying to poke back up towards and hopefully over 600 subs, guys, on the Twitch. So if you've got a Prime sub available and so on, super appreciate it if you think of using it on the channel. Like I say, always appreciate it. Prime for Wardy is more StarCraft for the community. Is the new saying that I've just made up right now. But it is true. It gives us a chance to run more SE2 and so in the future. So yeah, check that out as we get into game 1 of this BO3. And get ready to kick this off. Rogue bottom right, Lambo upper left, and some Zerg on Zerg action to get this all started. I don't know what's going to happen here. It's a very interesting matchup. Two players who we just don't get to see a lot of ZVZ in general. I've probably seen less ZVZ from Lambo than I have of Rogue. Though if you wanted me to tell you what Rogue gets up to in this matchup, I also probably couldn't really tell you, honestly. Like, we see so little ZVZ between these guys that I think anything's kind of on the table. I think both these are very capable of playing aggressively. I think they're both capable of playing into mutas. I think they're both capable of playing into a longer game if that's kind of where the game leads us to. So I don't think there's really kind of like a narrative where it's like, yep, this is, this is going to be what happens here. This is what's going to go on. I don't think there's anything as predetermined as that as this game starts up necessarily between these two guys. So that'll be my expert analysis to start us off as, yo, what's up, Jake W7? Appreciate you, man. Coming in with the 8-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. I bet Rogue will annihilate Lambo. Wow, that's some strong words. Ay, ay, ay. Poor Lambo. He's getting annihilated based on Twitch chat. It's all a YouTube chat ploy. They broke my friends list so the game would be cast. Wow. YouTube chat has more power than we think they do. Well, onto you, YouTube viewers. We're onto your sneaky little games. Ay, ay, ay. You're not going to get away with this forever. You do see a couple of lings obviously coming across the map initially. And Rogue will look to get some initial scouting off with those Zerglings and take some control of this game just early. Getting that up and running. Yo, it's Kate Cal. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. All the subs, guys. Everyone's just deciding to sub. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for subbing up, supporting. Super appreciate it. Subbed for the ZVZ. Wow, the universe is talking to us. The universe got us into the ZVZ, and now we're one sub richer. It was all for a reason. Divine intervention. Evolution chamber onto the main base of Rogue. We do see the Baneling Nest onto the front from Lambo as well. Just going to get that set up for a couple of moments here. Bring that into place. Hatchery coming about for a few moments as well. So again, we get set up, try to see what's going on just for a couple moments. A couple of Lings will chase away at another couple of Zerglings. And yeah, Ling speed coming up. Carapace upgrade continues through. Just going to be seeing the Baneling Nest is on its way down from Rogue as well. Just going to put that into position already. Get that in place, get that started. And yeah, he's playing that Carapace upgrade initially, so you're playing that faster Carapace, but then into the Bane Nest and so on as a follow-up here. Just going to see those few Zerglings going to go run across over to that far left-hand side. This Hatcher going to get jumped on pretty quickly right now as well. I'm just going to be able to see those couple Banes coming by too, so I'm able to come across for that just for a moment or so. Just going to be seeing a couple of Banelings still going to keep on fighting. A few more Lings of Rogue showing up, but Lambo has defended well. He's still got 2 Banes available, so that keeps him in a very safe place right now. I'm just going to be seeing this game continuing to develop from here. And a couple of Banes coming about. That Queen is on the way over, so bring that through for a moment. And a couple of Overlords and the Road Run coming up as well as we just continue to settle down. Yeah, the Carapace coming by. Just going to see a couple of Lings running through, a couple of drones taking damage. I think fair to say that this harassment of Rogue is kind of just done. It shouldn't be going too much further. Rogue's getting a couple of drones extra on this. Rogue will have the Carapace soon, and that's going to give him a natural advantage when it comes to the feistiness of this situation and of this game. So that part of this could be kind of interesting. We'll see how it all develops as we just have A few Lings are going to come moving about. Just going to be seeing the Carapace upgrade coming through. Again, Ling Roach is very much so on the way over for the moment. A few Lings coming by, chasing down for a little while. Nothing too crazy. Just again, a little bit of setting up being done. That Baneling going to get targeted down as well. Nice quick pick off. Bunch of Roaches will come through alongside this, and the Banes will also be in production as we speak. So we get that on the go. Baneling gets blown up already. Now a couple of Lings and Banes trying to get forward once again to try and do a little extra here over the next few moments. Ling Roach still coming up. The Roaches and Lings reducing on by. Again, you see that Overlord also building into play for the next moment or two. So we get that all building. And yeah, setting to see where things are going to end up in the next little bit. Overlords, Roaches, and the missile upgrade building through for the moment. Lings and Overlords coming about. So a lot of that just setting straight on by. I'm just going to see some of the Roaches across the map from Lambo going to start to take a bit of a fight. So we are going to be seeing a couple of Roaches coming in. And a couple of Lings going to get here. There's a lot of Lings on both sides. The Carapace upgraded Rogue right now really trades well into this. You just naturally have better units kind of across the board than what Lambo is working with, right? So Lambo will have a few more units. He's going to morph some Ravagers. It's something Rogue can't quite afford. He could morph a few. Yeah, he does morph a few, which obviously makes sense. You know, Ravagers are good. Otherwise we wouldn't see them. But yeah, it's tough because every fight that Lambo takes is just naturally disadvantaged because of what's going on here. So there's a few parts of this that are definitely a bit rough. You see those Lings going to run through. I just don't think Lambo makes enough progress here, and like I say, if you keep attacking in long term, your opponent should trade better defensive position and the upgrade advantage, and obviously that shouldn't really bode well for you at the end of it all. Just going to see a couple of Corrosive Vials coming down, trying to force the other units out of here just for a couple moments. Ravager still trying to fight, the Roach Ravager coming back through as well. A couple of Corrosive Vials coming down once more. Continue to get this set up just for now. Those Ravagers still popping across for a couple moments right there. Just going to be seeing another Corrosive Vial also coming down into place. And another Corrosive Vial onto the Overlord, onto the Roach Ravager. Just going to see those Lings coming back along for a couple more seconds. Just going to be seeing this army moving around. The Lings, the Ravagers, and the Roaches all spreading about. And it's going to just spread in here. As you can see, everything getting settled, and we do have the Overlord going to get grabbed as well. So the Overlord will go down on the bottom side. The Lings are running through. Queen, drones, Lings, all ending up in quite a bit of trouble right now. So a lot being done there. There's a nice counterattack from Lambo. Going to put a bit more pressure on Rogue to kind of really break through with this. I mean, the double upgrades from Rogue are massive. He's heading into lair tech as well. So he will have kind of lair on his side. Lambo does not have that sort of tech himself. Like I say, nice counterattack from Lambo. Third base now not mining. He's going to chase down some of those units. It's just, again, a question of Lambo has the supply versus Rogue has the tech and the upgrades. And again, that cap is going to keep on kind of building with that lair in play as well. Like, that's going to become a further issue, basically. Sooner rather than later. Those Lings keep joining together here. Again, the Roaches, the Ravagers still building up. That Roach speed coming through, too. A little more of this all continuing about is, again, a couple of Ravagers morphing. Ling Roach going to join up. A couple of Corrosive Vials going to knock an Overlord down nice and quickly too, so just get rid of that over to the side straight away. Supply blocky here, but not too much else still really happening. The Ling's going to come back over. Roach Ravager down the left, and again, going to see another couple of Corrosive Vials. Aiming straight for an Overlord. Not going to get it for the moment. Ling's get around the back, going to head in toward the third base, going to jump onto the Queen, going to jump onto the rest of the Lings here already. So Ridley starting to find some opportunity to counterattack in. Lambo with the big attack across the map. We'll obviously be looking to try and see some success as well. A couple of shots coming off the Roach Ravager, looking to dart in and out to try and find the connection that we need here. Lambo just doesn't have enough, and again, without the upgrades, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to do much else in this point. Interesting game. Just Lambo trying to be aggressive into someone who was very defensively set up to just see success, basically, is what it comes down to. You know, at the end of the day, this is just like Lambo basically attacked into a guy who was doing very similar things to him, just with an upgrade. And so it was very difficult for Lambo to get the numbers to have the advantage. And so you kind of saw that, and then eventually you're just in kind of forever a rough position there, and it's so hard to kind of dig yourself out of that hole. Rogue is going to host us into White Rabbit for Game 2 of this best of 3. Doesn't look like we missed too much in Solo Cristiano. They already wrapped up on their game 1 as well, so I was worried the ZVZ might be super quick, but yeah, honestly, the ZVP could be super quick as well. Still likes to be very aggressive in that matchup as well, so yeah, hard to really make a claim in how that's going to go. All right, Right Rabbit coming up, game 2, Rogue with the 1-0 lead, and we'll see if he can capitalize further on that with this second game starting right now. In the top right-hand side, it is going to be Rogue with that 1-0 advantage, and he takes on the bottom left Red Zerg player Lambo as we get to game 2 of this series. I have to reset and tight for a couple moments. Just going to see the couple overlords popping through. And drone moving out onto the map for a second. And again, this overlord still stepping around for a couple moments. Coming across the map. Hatchers coming into place. Drones building. Got these bits and bobs set to rumble. So yeah, the overlord goes across toward the other side. Just going to move over there for a couple of moments and see what we can maybe get going for ourselves. This overlord to scout across the map just initially. And again, hatch gas pool coming up from both players. A few drones coming about as well. Bringing all of that online. Settle in for a few moments. So yeah, not really a lot going on just yet. Hatch gas and pool as mentioned. The drones are on the way. So you're bringing some bits and pieces along in that regard. And otherwise, just going to be seeing the hatchery, the pool, and the rest of this. And continuing up into place right now. There's the spawn pool just going to finish for a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the queens and the lings still building by. Yeah, there is not really a lot to really kind of dive into and analyze just yet, as a couple of overlords will cross pathways. Couple lings moving across from both players as well. Nice and peaceful start to the ZVZ. Not really a whole lot of anything else happening just yet. So those lings pass by. And lings be coming up. The lings and the drones coming through as well. Couple lings is going to show up, and the queen is going to be there to try and fight against those zerglings. Just going to turn them back around. Again, lings be building. The baneling nest on the way by as well. Again, good. Little bits of progress coming through. Those couple of lings going to split off in some different directions at the moment. Third hatchery coming down onto that bottom side. Ling and the queen going to chase for a moment. The baneling nest coming up, halfway done. The drones producing. Ling speed on the way. A lot of that coming over right off the get-go. In stages of this. Had a bit of the Lingbane aggression last time around. Looks though we'll probably have a little bit of smattering of Lingbane in this one too, but we already see the Roachroaring from Lambo, so we'll see just how aggressively he wants to play with said Roachroaring. Or if he's just happy to kind of let this continue through for a little bit. Now there's Roachrons coming up. Thanes, Queens, Drones, all of that coming through as well, so bring a lot of that into play. You're going to see the Ling Queen part of this kind of gathering as well for a little while, so settle in. Roachron finishing up on the side of Lambo. Roachron here from Rogue. Lambo is going to have an Evo chamber this time, so he's actually going to go towards the route of the upgrades and actually trying to play out a bit of a longer game setup this time rather than what we saw last time out. Again, the Evo chamber coming through. A couple of drones, the Overlords coming up. The Roach is still producing. Roach playing on the way in. It's getting added up at the moment. Queen come back about it. Billy not going off on much. Lambo just says he's had enough of his Bane Nest. He's going to kill the Bane Nest off. He'd rather keep the Evo Chamber for later. Because his roaches were stuck, I guess. Well, they just wanted an easier way to kind of move between the bases, obviously, is very plausible as well. That Overlord took a bit more damage too. And still see a bunch more of this Ling Roach. Oh, yeah, Ling Roach kind of moving around. Lambo kind of sending out as though he wants to make an attack. He never started an upgrade though, and he's still building roaches, so he probably does want to attack. Rogue is building some roaches already, and he's building missile upgrade as well. Lambo just has less drones but more army supply, but I don't even know if he has that much more army supply, and I'm actually a little concerned for Lambo right now. I feel like he's holding back from maybe sending it, and I feel like sending it might have been the actual better option, because time is not necessarily looking to be kind to Lambo. As obviously now down on workers, his opponent is going to start producing more and more units. Lambo has such a thin army supply advantage, so yeah, it felt like Lambo was going to try and play this one a bit differently, but it seems like it's going to be a similar cause. Just sending it with the Rogue aggression and just seeing if we have enough on the other side. Well, Rogue, I really think does. I mean, he's not been irresponsible with his Rogue production. He has only built 46 drones. He's been very sensible there. It's hard to really imagine that. Hard to really imagine this game doesn't really just go the way of Rogue defensively. Let's find out. Something's going to try and run the left side. Rogue over here has a good concave. And yeah, he's just... Again, he's already looking to defend this. Never mind the fact he's got +1 missiles on the way, while Lambo is just spamming Lings and hoping that this attack is going to bring us to the end of this game. So, not ideal. Lambo just going to say GG. This is not worked. Rogue is extremely well prepped. And Rogue will move through this CVZ with relative ease, actually. I'm kind of a little surprised. I guess Lambo saw something or thought something that obviously just did not come true in these games, because, yeah, Lambo is usually a little bit more inspired than that. And I can only imagine he thought he had something, or like had a build, or had a shot. And that shot kind of left a little bit shy of the mark. Alright, so herO is waiting for Trigger or Shameless, so that is PvP at the top. The winner of that will play Shin or Zaun. Classic is playing Let Alex. Let Alex 2-0 creator. What a cool result for Alex, getting into the round of 16 today. The winner of Let Alex and Classic will play ByuN or herYoung, who are playing, so that's going to be a TVP, so that's a cool round of 8 possibly. Solo Christiana will play Cure or Nightmare. I thought that personally was a very cool round of 8 as well. And then Rogue advances over Lambo. He's going to play Showtime or Percival. Do you guys in the chat have any preference on what we maybe cast? I'm kind of easy. I don't know what we should maybe try to get into. Showtime Percival already playing. I'm going to relog on NA though, because I'm sick of my friends list not working. Maybe I go to... I feel like maybe we sit on Korea actually, because I feel like Korea maybe has more games starting. Rogue Showtime sounds fun. If Showtime beats Percival, it's not a guarantee, obviously. I kind of like that match as well, because it's a Zerg-based round of 8. So I actually think that round of 8 is pretty cool as well, to be honest. Maybe that's an opportunity. ByuN or herYoung versus Classic could be kind of cool too. I'm tempted more by those one. Honestly, I think the one I'm not tempted by is the herO probable round of 8, because to me that's very likely Z PvP, and if it's not, it would be probably herO versus Shin, which I feel like I've seen so much lately, and Shin never really looks good against herO in those scenarios, so... Yeah, maybe we look for one of the other round of 8s towards the bottom side of the bracket instead. Maybe that's our plan. Why was Lambo attacking blindly? Because he was committed to all-inning. So he set up the build, he sent it. You can't really not attack when you commit to attack, because otherwise Lambo's backing off with less workers and less upgrades. So he's very dead if he backs away. He's already committed to attack at that point. Already committed to attack. Yeah, I guess. So herYoung just went in game, so that just started. Cure and Nightmare are in game for 4 minutes. I don't know how long Solo and Christiana are in game for. Maybe the NA server is the better place to be, actually. I'm not sure. Oh, TKL is in game on Showtime versus. I remember this. TKL was in game for Showtime's game, so maybe we can have a look at where Showtime Percival's at. Percival is up 1 against Showtime at the moment, so Percival leads Showtime by a map. If Percival wins and Percival plays Rogue, do we prefer another matchup? Do we then prefer maybe Cure or Nightmare versus Solar or Christiana? I would actually like to see Classic ByuN. I actually think that's a very cool matchup. Excuse my yawn. I actually think Classic ByuN is a very cool matchup. Solar is up 1 against Christiana. Yeah, I mean, I'm a ByuN fan, but I actually think ByuN and Classic have played really cool games lately, where ByuN has been able to really kind of get under the skin of Classic and kind of knock him down before Classic gets to that super powerful late game setup, which he's so good at establishing so frequently. So, yeah, maybe we go something like that. Kind of a curious opportunity or possibility. Do we have anyone who's in game? I don't think anyone is in game with those players, though, so we don't really get like a heads up as to what's taking place there. It's a shame, I guess. It's a shame. Solo just 2-0'd Christiana, so Solo is out of game. Solo will move on through to play, and like I say, Kira or Nightmare, we know they're still in game though, so... Yeah, I don't really know what to cast, guys. People seem to like Showtime. Yeah, Showtime's always a popular one to cast. I just... Showtime's not guaranteed to make it out of his current matchup is all, so... Yeah. I mean, obviously none of it's guaranteed, you know, anyone can lose at any round. I just, figure out what's best. So we've got 2 Zergs in the round of 8, Rogue and Solar. Shin's still alive in the round of 16 as well. Wow, we could have the entire Zerg population in the round of 16 a day. Crazy. The only Zergs I've been losing so far have been in ZVZs. Madness. Madness. Excuse me, why am I so yawny? Apparently I'm tired. I'm punching my microphone. It also might not be ByuN against Classic, because obviously Ryung I actually think is pretty darn good in TVT, so it's very possible Ryung Classic, which then I actually think is a lot less interesting too. Yeah, all these matches really have like an asterisk next to them of like, well, this would be really cool if it happens, which really, like I say, is not really much of a guarantee right now, so... Yeah, that's, like I say, another interesting aspect of this for sure. Maybe just wait and see. Comes out a game. I'm just going to camp A, I think. Do I want to camp NA or do I want to camp Korea? Which game would I rather maybe get us into? I'd rather get us into Q and Nightmare versus Solar. At the end of it all, I think that's the most likely match. That's the most interesting. Yeah, camping Korea probably makes more sense because then we're waiting for 2 games to come out of game instead of just 1. Twice the chance for us to get in game more quickly. But of course, logging into Korea doesn't happen easily. Ay. That's how it goes. Just gonna fight the Korean server to let me online. Nightmare and Cure just 8 minutes in game. Yeah, I think we're just going to sit over here for a little bit, guys, and try and figure out what we want to do in Korea. Just unlucky in the way that the games are falling today. It's not exactly lined us up for immediate success in terms of just getting back-to-back action or anything. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hey guys, I'm just kind of watching the bracket and just seeing if anyone comes out of game, but nothing to note really just yet. ByuN and herO have gone to a game 3, I think. I kind of just want to see the winner of Nightmare or Cure against Solar, actually. I think that's kind of what I want to get to. I think that's the most interesting match for me. So we probably going to go in that direction. That's probably the game plan. Do, 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 bow, 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 bow. How's everyone in the chat doing? How you guys feeling? Thanks for bearing with me. It's been a very stop and start day. It's been a very stop and start kind of day so far, hasn't it? Sometimes it's like that though in these cups. Especially when the first round or two is a little bit of it doesn't feel so bad if you get a cast like a really cool series initially and then it kind of gets to that point, but obviously because the first couple of rounds are very one-sided, we're kind of stopping and starting with series or games that don't take very long as well is a bit rough. Yeah, I'm just kind of keeping my eyes, like I say, on Q and Nightmare, guys. I think the winner of that versus Solo is going to be probably one of the more interesting matches we can aim toward. This is one of those times where Kira and Nightmare then play like a 25-30 minute game just to... Jesus. That came right through the headphones. Yeah, they're going to play like a 25-minute game just to get us waiting as long as possible. Yeah, I do think I like that kind of solo renovate the most, so I think we're just going to commit to waiting for it, guys. If Rogue versus Showtime with Percival comes up before then, I'm also not against going into that. I think if we're waiting on Korea for Kira Nightmare to come out, and they had 17 minutes in game, so they're the most likely to come out of game right now. They are the furthest progressed in their map, so in theory, they should be the next ones available. In theory, but theory does not always succeed. We'll see success. So yeah. Oh, Kira's in replay. Alright, so Kira and Nightmare come out of game. So at the very least we can get into another game of Kira and Nightmare. Apparently that's on the official stream. It's sad they're not clean feeding on Twitch today. We could have watched this. But it's okay. Not everything can go our way. Are they going to go for a game 3? I think they are hosting for game 3, guys. Or game 2. Click the lobby. Alright, let's try this. Kira vs Nightmare. The score is, drum roll please, 1-1, so it is a game 3. Cool. I feel like I knew it was a game 3 for some reason, but I think just for how long they've been playing, it seemed like it should be a game 3, so it was still a bit of a guess. Alright, let's do game 3. Let's kick off into this, guys. If you are enjoying the stream and want to support, by the way, one of the things you can do is check out Call of Dragons down over here, !COD in the Twitch chat. Installing the game directly supports the channel. And of course, if you really enjoy the StarCraft 2 and you want to support further, you can actually just play the game as well. If you play through to level 5, you support the stream even further. We get paid for every one of those goals that you guys hit, so installing the game, level 5, level 8, and so on. But I'd say reasonably, it's quite easy to get to level 5. It's like 15-20 minutes at most. So let's kind of taking it slow. So yeah, if you are enjoying the stream and want to support for free, !COD, download Call of Dragons. We're going to play it a bit more on stream over the next couple of weeks still, so if you still just want to see it first, then keep an eye out for that. We might even do it today, depending on how quickly we get wrapped up, to be honest. It would not be a bad thing to get some of the sponsored content wrapped up, just in case other things come around. Sometimes they do. Nightmare bottom right is 1-1 with Cure in this game 3 of the series, and off we go into a deciding map. The winner of this will play Solar in the round of 8. As off and away we go. So yeah, this pretty much just gives us this series. The winner then plays versus Solar kind of back to back, so just very easily gives us a good route to follow. So that's exactly what we're going to do, and that's where we will take things. Lovely. Alrighty, Raxley is going to be finishing in just a couple of moments, so we can get that completed here for a little bit. And let me see if there's Marine on the way out. Just going to get that in production. Cybercore and the Orbital Command continue to build through as well. Command's then just building up and get set up there and get this underway. Just gonna see that Marine still moving about, so just gonna chill around a couple of seconds, trying to see where we can get to, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Well, the factory coming in online, the reactor coming through. Take a couple of moments and get things ready there just initially. So stepping up, getting ready for the moment. Just going to see our depth moving about. The SCV coming up there. A couple of Hellions are going to gather together. Just going to get that brought back through for a little bit already. See what else is going on. And we have the couple of Marines, or the Marine and the SCV, going to be there to chase the Adept away. The couple of Hellions will come in, chasing that Adept down as well. 2 Hellions are going to come straight in. Just going to see the Adept take some damage. The Hellions and the Marines will, again, just gather through and just put a bit more damage onto these Adepts. They're going to go down pretty easily, so if you're able to kind of push the Adepts away, Nightmare not going to be able to do much else in that position at the very least. Just going to see the Wood Mines, the SCVs all building up. The Medevac's still coming by. I continue to put that into place at the moment. You just see the Blink continue to Chrono Boost on the Twilight Council, so that continues across just for now. Get that on the way. I see the couple of mines and the SCVs coming through. The Tech Lab's coming up as well. Quad mine drop. Obviously a lot of danger involved. We'll see how well Nightmare can deal with this. See if we can just shut this down without going too far wrong. The Stalker's already again warped in there as well. I'm just going to see that mine drop again, heading around that right-hand side. It's just trying to get across into position here. The Adept going to shade over, going to jump onto the Hellion for a couple of moments. Some damage there, and here we go with the mine drop moving straight through into position. Just for now. Here we go, and a couple of these probes. Just gonna go running. Gonna kill a couple of these mine stalkers. Do you have that blink? So they just blink away. However, now blink on cooldown, the mines are still available. At least a couple of them were, so something to think on there as we will unburrow, reburrow, but that is the end of that mine. And the probes can come back to mining. So a little bit of a concern, a little bit of an annoyance, but nothing too crazy just yet. And as the Marines, the tank, and the SCVs and the racks and the gas all continue to build on by. Yeah, got a couple of simulators coming into place right here. It's just going to bring those straight through. The tank just going to get sieged. The other Marines are going to join up together. Everything gathering for now. And the stim pack is going to be coming up. Those Marines and the SCVs and the barracks continue on in as well. At the engineering bay up. Again, continue to bring things into play here. Plus one attack will build on the engineering bay. Temple archives and the gateways in production. Adding on that Nexus and the Stalkers. Also going to be there to try and get a little bit more involved. See, Marine Marauder all continue to come through. Plus one attack and the stim coming over. Just going to see the extra reactors coming up. Temple archives will build. The gates will come up. Just going to be seeing the probes continue to go down for a couple of moments. And the Stalkers will take some damage as well. Tank shot in the background there. And be doing a little extra. Just for a few moments right now. Stim pack, combat shield, and the +1. All continuing to build on by. Again, that Marine Marauder medevac coming up as well. Seeing the Stalkers get up toward the top. Trying to see what else is happening as they're playing straight in. Stim pack getting in some trouble pretty much straight away here already. So, some damage on this. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers continuing in after that stim. The Bio coming over. Stalkers will chase for a couple moments right there. Marine Marauder medevac still coming by. Stim in the +1 continues through. Tank is going to unsiege. Bio army coming across. Yeah, Stim combat +1 all continuing by. Just going to see the Bio going to fight against a couple of these Stalkers and Cure. His supply definitely kind of heading in the right direction for a couple of moments here. 110 to the 90. So he's going to be feeling pretty great about where things are at the moment. That Storm going to be done very shortly as well. And again, the charge and a few extra probes on the way at the moment. Combat shield and +1 all building. Again, the charge going to be finishing soon. The Stalkers and the Zealot will produce by as well. So again, we get a lot of that just brought straight into play. And that Prism is going to load up and begin to make a move out across the map. Fire army gathering back together just for the moment. And yeah, there's going to be seeing that CC landing down and getting into place right there. Auto turret drops. Bion will take a bit more damage, so a few more shots coming through here. Going to be seeing the Bio army still continuing over. Just going to be seeing the medevac's going to gather in, get settled for the moment. Armor upgrade building. Stim back and combat shield both producing through, so again we build a little bit of that out just for now. Zealot Stalker and the Prism making their way across. The Marines, the medevac, and the Ghost coming by. The Bio army still settling. The Forge, the Nexus, and the High Templar will also be producing at the moment, so we bring that over, get that set. Hey, what's up, Nasfalas? Thank you so much for the 36-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. The Storm comes into place. Just going to hit a couple of those SCVs. The High Templar's looking for a little extra once again. It's a lot of Zealot Stalker out to the left-hand side and just trying to see what else we can do. The Prism going to fly back across. Again, the Ghost, the Marines, the Viking continue to come by, set all of that into place. Just going to see that Forge Chrono boost and the +1 attack upgrade as we go. So again, getting that upgrade into play here from Nightmare is playing catch-up on the upgrade, so has to try and figure that out at some point, but it's kind of heading there just for the moment. Couple storms coming down, that Bio army going to be kept at bay. Again, a couple Ghosts, the Marines, the Mines. A few Marauders as well, continuing into place just for the moment here. Royal Bay and extra gates will produce through. Auto turret onto the couple of probes. 6 workers going down. Very serious amount of workers being picked away at already. Now I'm just going to see the Bio army coming across. Going to have that watchtower taken. I mean, nice to get rid of some probes. Nightmare definitely trailing supply-wise. And now we're going to enter a bit of a weird base trade. I don't like this for Nightmare at all. Kira actually has a good amount of units left at home to help him play a bit of defense here. And oh no, these units don't even try and fight or anything. They just walk through the army. I'm not going to drop a storm off from the Prism as it got EMP'd and chased. It got low, but I mean, across the map was a disaster from Nightmare. So much lost for free. Absolutely nothing gained from that scenario. Just makes this a very, very difficult position to justify playing through from now as Nightmare. Like, you're just in a ton of trouble at this point in time. That's going to make this extremely difficult to, like I say, fight your way out of. In the near future, as the Bio comes through, the couple of Ghosts are there. The Prism once again is forced back and held out of the way. Another couple of storms coming in. We think about turning it around for a little bit. Again, bit of back and forth for a few moments. The storm coming back through. Concussive shells still building. At the moment, nice storm actually. Hits a lot of the Bio. We have more storms available. Finally, the EMP. That could have happened so much sooner. Like, there was absolutely zero reason for this EMP to be as late as it was. These High Templar was sat there clubbed for an extended period of time. Well, we actually back it up a bit as Q, but I imagine reinforcements are going to make this a pretty convincing affair and really bring him into a point of probably chatting about victory sooner rather than later. Bio will fight. Man, some of the Bio units are low. Even Stalkers might kill some of them, but the problem is long term, in the grand scheme of things, like killing enough here is going to be extremely difficult. And yeah. Lost half of his army for nothing, still holds. Well, you see, what happened was he lost half of his army on the other side of the map to half of Q's army. So, while he did indeed lose half of his army for nothing, Q also didn't have his full army attacking. So, does kind of line up that, you know, a little bit of a reason why it goes in such a way. I mean, yeah, realistically. I mean, yeah, as soon as Q reinforced, like, there's not a hold like you have here. And Q did eat a lot of storms. Like, it wasn't like Q was microing great across the map. Like, he ate a lot of storms head first. Like, he probably does just win straight up if he does micro a little better and dodges a few more storms. Like you say, he sat with EMPs ready to fire onto 4 High Templar and ate another full storm in the face before he actually dropped the EMP down. So I think it's fair to say that Q could have also just approached it better on this side. Not that it matters because he's so far ahead, but if you want to start nitpicking and making balance suggestions, then we got to, spit the facts out, at least a little bit. Juicy Nightmare is up to 150 supply again. The Storm going to try and zone a little bit. Q just playing very cautiously now, stepping through very carefully. Not going to kind of fly in as kind of grisly as he did earlier, perhaps. So, being a little bit cautious here, as we are going to see the Zealots going to try and flank. And they're going to make the best possible effort of this as the tanks will have their attention taken from them. Q falling back down this ramp is going to get a couple of EMPs as he goes. Just going to get the Vikings to finish off the Colossus, which I think is quite unfortunate. I feel like that is one thing which probably could have happened. We get one kill now. I mean, we're not far still from kind of killing these off at any single point. Bio comes back through, the Nexus will go down. Just going to be seeing this army continuing to pressure in at the moment. Stalker Colossus still gathering up. Again, 3-3 upgrades coming through, the ship weapons coming online as well on the armory. So we continue to just bring a lot of that into play at the moment. The extra Marines all coming about. Zelt and that Colossus coming through as well. Just bringing up as much as possible here. Through the next few moments, little EMP. I mean, Kira is at any point on the verge of taking a fight that potentially ends this game. So we really are just that close to seeing this game kind of get rounded out and wrapped up. You can see the Bio jumping in. The Temple Archives taking some damage. Storm onto a group of these Marines will be pretty effective for, again, a bunch of damage. It's not like Kira is taking a lot of these fights super cleanly. It just doesn't matter because he's been that far ahead for pretty much the entirety of this. But eventually, it is going to be GG's. And Kira is going to take Game 3 of the series. Just like that to finalize a victory and move him through to play some TVZ against Solar in the next round. That will be coming up for us very soon. So, we'll go Kira versus Solar up next, guys. We'll get that ready to rumble. Let me just throw down a little bit of cheeky ad revenue creation, and we'll get ready to kick off into this, guys. How have the ads been doing the last few days, actually? Holy, popping off. Some longer streams definitely helping. Oh, nice. It's a very decent last 30 days on the channel. Wow. Wow. Cool. Alright. Nice. Sorry guys, not to just keep you in the dark, but just took my mind to check and I was actually a bit surprised. Alright, where are we at? What are we doing? Solar versus Skewer, as soon as they're ready to play, basically. The other matches will be Percival versus herO. Percival 2-1 against Showtime, so does get the victory there to bring himself through. Classic will play ByuN. ByuN did get ByuN defeated in a 2-1 series. And Zan will play Trigger or herO. Trigger going 2-1 against Shameless. herO 2-1 against SOS. So that PvP section on the top just continues, and maybe PvP all the way if Classic defeats ByuN. But on the bottom, we're going to have Terran versus Zerg and Terran versus Zerg, so we're guaranteed a non-PvP final. All the Protoss are pretty nicely collated to the top side of the bracket, right? So we can kind of just go into Zaun again, Secure versus Solar, and kind of just go from there pretty much. So we will jump into that party so we can get this ready to go ASAP and make sure we don't miss an invite or anything silly like that, which does happen. So let's just make sure, especially if they're in a party, I'm very afraid they don't drop a lobby link or anything. So yeah, we'll jump through here and it'll be Kira versus Solar in a few moments time, guys, as we continue our way into more action. Very exciting stuff indeed. Mothership going to be the opening map here for this TVZ. Big map for the Terran versus Zerg. Mothership gets played a good amount in this matchup, actually. It surprised me a little bit how much you see Mothership being used. Going to go Winter Madness, then Ruby Rock to finalize the series if we get to Game 3. I think the last time I casted Solo Kira did come out on top. But I think that kind of solidifies for me that it's quite a back and forth series. But otherwise, I would generally say that I actually kind of expect Solo to be the favorite. But yeah, Kira, last time they met, last two times they met, WardiTV went to Championship. It was a 2-1 for Kira, and then 2-1 for Kira in WardiTV Monday 76 2 weeks ago. So yeah, the last two times they met were the two times I casted them. That does break a 2-match winning streak and a 5-0 winning streak from Solar. And then, yeah, the WardiTV before that, WardiTV Winter Cup, Kira won as well. Wow. In every WardiTV event this year, Solar has lost to Kira, but he's won outside of every non-WardiTV event, and this is not a WardiTV event today. This is the Kung Fu Cup, so maybe it's going to be a blessing for Solar in that regard as we get set up and into Mothership to open this series off. So let's head into this, guys. We have an official observer in this game, so I'm not even stealing someone's camera this time. Like, they're actually meant to be here to observe for the main stream. So yeah, in that regard, we're a lovely setup, and we are able to get going into Solo Kira best of 3 TVZ right now, kicking this off and underway. Yeah, see multi-racks Reaper going to be the starting point from Kira here, as you do see the setup on the low ground going to be the initial starting point of this, so get that underway, get that starting, and look to see how things will go. Racks on the gas, SCV all coming through, build a lot of that up and into play for the moment. So yeah, we see the multiple racks coming down. Going to be a starting point for us here. I'm just going to see that both those barracks coming through, the SCV coming over. Again, the hatch gas and spawning pool coming about for a little bit. Seeing the couple of drones building by as well, so yeah, we get some bits and pieces on the way through for the moment. So that's all settled. Is Mothership the only 3-player map? It is in this map pool, yeah. 3-player maps are not popular enough to have multiple in one map pool, typically, to be honest. They are definitely seen as a bit of a you know. And the problem is, it's very rare we see a good 3-player map as well. Because it's hard to make a good 3-player map too. I think Mothership's been one of the better ones, but Mothership kind of gets around being a 3-player map by just being massive. So like it negates the problems of 3-player maps by just being so big that's then going to naturally give you very long games. Which is kind of cool. Like, it is one way to play around the negativity of the 3-player maps and some of the typical things that are an issue with them, but obviously it's still a little short-sighted in the grand scheme of things. How's that Reaper going to hit the Lings a little bit so we get some damage done? Two Reapers together going to get through, and that's a drone going down, a little grenade going toward the Lings, they maybe think of coming back through as well. Longer is better. And I discussed this the other day, but longer is better, but I don't like it when it's like forced to be too long, you know? I always felt like this, like, long games are very fun to me when the long games are back and forth and they're long because both players are well matched and they're meeting each other's plays very well with each other, you know? Longer because one guy can't attack into the other guy because of the map layout, to me is not quite as fun. Because that removes a lot of the strategic depth of the game. It's just like, well, you can't really do much, so you're just forced to play long, which probably is fine overall, like as a thing. I think we just need to have a control on how many maps can do that. This map pool, I think Mothership actually fits into the map pool well, so it doesn't get used a lot, but it's quite commonly seen in the TVZ. And does see some play in the other matchups too, so it's not completely ignored in favor of everything else that's going on. And it's going to be seeing that stim going through, the few Marines coming about. Get settled in for a little bit. Retron building, got the hatchery coming through as well. A couple extractors continue to build into place. The Overlord building by. Get that on the way just for the moment here. Marines gathering up, just going to see that stim pack building through as well, so we get that on the way in for a moment or so. Couple engineering bays are going to be continuing out, so we bring those straight through, get those into place. Again, Hellions, SCVs, and the stim pack will continue to build by into position as well, so we get a lot of that just on the way right now. You can see those couple drones mining away on the extractor. Trying to see where we get to. Couple Ravages coming down initially. Bringing that straight in here. We are going to have a big commitment here from Solo. So actually going into this kind of Roach Ravager Ling Force quite aggressively this game. A little bit of a mix-up from him. Ooh, now they got in with the Lings there. Not sure he would have had enough to do too much. Maybe he would have killed a few of the Marines, but I think he wouldn't have gone very far past the Marines. I think that would have been kind of an end point. As you are going to see the Roach Ravager revealed by the Hellions. So a little bit of preparation time now from Kua. Figure out what he wants to do about this. Obviously, the structures are at the front, so they're going to be immediately in danger here. And that's something we're probably kind of basing this attack on as solo, the fact that we can, at the very least, pick away at the double barracks that's at the front door. Combat shield will not last for long. Getting rid of the tech lab removes marauder protection as well, potentially, if you're afraid of those against the roaches, although I'm not sure if that would have been a thing. Get rid of the reactor. Now we start picking our way through to open up the space to enable this attack in to be a whole lot more comfortable. Do you see corrosive bars dropping down, and the barracks going to have to float off for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the bunker still coming by for a couple of seconds and getting set up just for the moment. The next corrosive vials rally goes big. The Marines get stuck for a little bit, by the way. Hellbats are very nice here. If they can soak up a bunch of these lings, that would be amazing. The Ravagers behind all of this, though, are just doing too much, and Q just not aware that this is happening ahead of time is pretty much becoming a killing kind of blow to him, basically. This game is going to be pretty quick and one-sided. Solo not wasting time at all. I mean, obviously, Q is going to try and defend on the high ground for a little bit. He's going to force Solo to drone and to tech up out of this, but the reality is that Solo is obviously in a very comfortable position right now in this opening game. He did a lot. He even keeps a lot of units alive. The best part of that is that obviously now if you counterattack as a Terran, which is one of the ways you sometimes get back in these games, a counterattack is not going to be as effective because Solo already has units to use defensively because he never lost everything. Whereas if you lose all those units, there is this kind of scenario basically where you play into a you have to rebuild units, and that maybe keeps you a bit further down in the drone count, and that just becomes like a whole thing in the grand scheme of things too, as those Ravagers move about a little bit. The Ling's going to be there. Orbital has to lift off and back away for a few moments as well. I'm just going to get back on track. The Ling Ravager coming back down into the center again. Melee upgrades coming through. Land the Baneling Nest coming about as well. Let's see, the Feelings is going to take a chance under a few rocks, so opening up a little bit of space here and there. And he's seeing a few more Marines unloading from the medevac, so we pull back over in this direction. And see the Marines and the Reapers heading down. Hatchery going to get jumped on for a couple moments. That hatchery does get cancelled. Corrosive Files coming through, going to be setting us off a little bit as well. The Ling Ravager continuing by. Just going to see more units continue to move about for a little bit right now. Yeah, I mean, Kira will do what he can with these units across the map to try and draw him back into this game, but he's down 20 workers. Solo's catching up on upgrades. He's getting very close to just having a better and better army. And, like, don't get me wrong, Kira's doing the right thing. He's trying, but Solo seems to have this pretty well covered. Q is also a 2-base Terran still, so that's also an issue that if you move out onto a third base, it's very likely to result in Solo attacking you and ending this. So all Solo has to do is keep defending, not take damage, and he just progresses into a better and better place over time. Like, this is, unfortunately for Kira, not rocket science to Solo, and he continues to stay in a very comfortable place so far. Concussive Shell's about halfway done. 2-2 upgrades still building by. Marine, Marauder, Medevac, and some tanks building as we speak. And a couple of Medevac's going to get around to the top side of the map here currently. Trying to make their way back to the top right-hand side and move across. For a couple of moments, all the command going to drop into place. So this is going to be the moment where Solo maybe decides if he wants to commit onto the third base or not. He's already on his way to an Ultra Cavern, so I don't think he's going to commit to anything, because if you've got Ultras on the way, why are we trying to end this game when your army is getting better and better as these moments still pass on by? That just doesn't really make any sense at all, right? So that part doesn't really make any sense. As you do see 2-2 still coming about, the Ultra Cavern coming in, the Banes and the Lings continue by, Adrenal Glands and the 2-2 all building about just for the moment. Marines will get to the center, the Medevac will be there. This is going to run through, the Marines are going to get grabbed. A few Banes get gathered up as well. It's going to be seen again. 2-2, Adrenal Glands and Lings all building by. We get a few crew teamers coming up. We get a couple more Banelings on the way by as well. That Ling Ravager, Roach army. Ling Ravager Bane army continues to make its way about the map. Also, 3-3 upgrades in the drilling claws, all continuing to come into place right now. So we bring a lot of that up and into place. This army's still settling. Again, Ultras, Journal Gland, and the good stuff building through as well. Factoring the command center, going to be a part of this. And if access boost away to that left side, and we will have the tank spreading, the bio setting up. Just resetting for a moment or two, then Lingbane Ravager Ultra on the map. I can only imagine we're ready to attack your soul. He's about to get 2-2 upgrades. Does he want to wait for Chitinous? Chitinous obviously makes these Ultras a whole bunch better, but I mean, like, yeah, but at the same time, I feel like he just wants to go. Like, I feel like he's just ready to send this, and I don't blame him. The Ultras will start to melt. To be fair, there's only a couple Ultras in this army as well, though. And they're kind of doing their job of just tanking a little bit, and one of them still chomping through, Corrosive Valve coming down. You don't have to win the game on this push as solo, because you're going to rebuild from this and basically get to go again. When you go again, that's going to be where QA now does not have any of the real defenses in place, because you've cleared them out with this portion of the attack. A few Marines from the other side, and those Ravagers are probably stuck in there. Again, everything probably does go down, but so what? Like I say, 4 new Ultras on the way, a bunch of Lings on the way. Imagine there's going to be a bunch of Banelings to come along with that and accompany you in the near future as well. And yeah, the 3-3 continues about. The Ultra's still coming through. Just going to see the Ultra, the Lings, and the Banes continue to come about right here. Still chasing forward. Bio Army going to have to pull back just a little bit further. Again, a couple Ultras coming about. The Zerglings coming over. And a couple more shots heading towards the Ultra for a moment or so. It's going to be seeing the Spire and the Lings continue to come around. The Lingbane now going to go to the left side. A couple Liberators are going to get sieged up already. Couple Libs going to fire away. The Bio comes back over to the right side. Spire continues to produce. It's going to bring that up as well. And yeah, we will have Solar just with so many ways to kind of continue throwing this. He is, the most important thing is that basically Q is not getting away from this 3-base setup, right? Like, he's on 3 bases, and he's going to very much so stay on 3 bases. So it's not really much else for us to kind of do here from Solar's point of view than just keep the 3rd base from mining if you can. And like I say, he's far enough ahead that he can just afford to attack into that 3rd again and again. And obviously, sometimes you say, you know, let's be careful we don't overcommit into the Terran player, but I think it's just so hard to overcommit into this situation where Cure is so limited on economy that just any kind of trade is just... It's so hard for the trade not to be worthwhile when your opponent is so limited and you are so free in comparison. Lings gonna get blasted, the Overseer flying through. He's going to be seeing the extra Lings coming about. Bane's onto a Marauder. It's not ideal. I mean, Solar again just attacking through with serious advantage right now, and is going to be having enough to probably see this game through to a GG. If I had to make a guess, a couple more mines still going down. GG gets called. Solar takes game number 1 of this best of 3 and is able to take a 1-0 lead. Like I say, I kind of saw that one coming because he was kind of in that winning position for a serious amount of time. So let's not kid ourselves on that one. As we'll get ready for game 2, guys. Winter Madness will be our map, and we're hosting straight into this. Getting ready to go. Let's have a look at the bracket. So ByuN, 2-0 Classic. So ByuN does beat Classic, and ByuN is able to actually... ByuN has had a good streak against Classic lately. Feels like he's been very effective recently, so I actually kind of cool to see him beating Classic 2-0 again. ByuN figuring something out in TVP the last week or two. As, yeah, so ByuN will be in the semis against herO or Zaun, and then it will be Solar or Kua versus Percival or Rogue on the bottom side of the bracket in the semifinals too. So that's where we're kind of at right now. That's where we're kind of sitting as we get this game number 2 on the way between Kura and Solar. So round of 8 for us. I would imagine they're going to do semifinals 1 by 1. I'd be very surprised if they didn't do semifinals 1 at a time. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if that didn't happen. Alrighty, guys. So we get off and ready to go as we get started here and ready to set. So, hatchery coming around, overlord building. Settled in for a few moments. Solar with the 1-0 lead sits in the top left-hand side of the map here. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom right side. It is Cure. KM2 coming through. Now, obviously, Solar choosing to get aggressive quickly last time and put us into a very aggressive place initially. So we'll see what happens this time around. And yeah, get this up and running. So we take a opportunity at least to multi-Rax Reaper on the opening again. So Cure to the low ground just to start off. Get that into play initially. Bring that over. Away we go. I'm gonna drop a mule down, and yeah, let's jump onto. Well, jump on the indie cam, I guess. There's the official obs as well, but jump on the indie cam because it seems a bit more active for the first moment or so. Let's take some seconds and just set ourselves up into this for a couple of moments. So getting this on the way, getting this started out, figuring out what we want to maybe try and do here. A little bit of action. Going to be seeing the Ling Speed and a couple Queens all coming around, so again we get that set up just initially, get that on the way. It's going to be our game plan for the moment. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just a little bit of getting set and ready. The SCV steps across. Obviously the units from Kia, the Reapers are coming over. Marines, sorry, are coming over. So I said multi-Rax Reaper, but I'm just being blind to the fact that he actually built Marines. So yeah, not something that's uncommon from Q. He actually does this kind of switch up more frequently than you think he would. Like, it's something that he has done before. He does a fair amount right here. Cancel the third. I wonder if he keeps the bunker. I was going to say probably not, right? There's just no need for this bunker to remain if you've already gotten rid of the hatchery. So, very successful from Q. And Solar will go without a third hatch just now. He will replace it now. Maybe these Marines can come back in once it's been built. You can see he rallied them back, but only was already kind of thinking of rallying them back in. So that third hatch is going to take damage again. And Solar still doesn't really have a defense against it. He's obviously out of position with the other units, right? So, you know, the Queen's on over here. Has to cancel again, and this is just being very, very annoying. So these few Marines are absolutely succeeding. Now some Lings on the map are going to come in. Good micro, actually, from Kira is going to minimize the wraparound that happens there. And actually gets in a lot of these Zerglings. We'll kill off every Marine in the end, but man, the micro actually enabled him to make sure that this was a lot of Lings that went down in return, so not bad in that regard. I'm just going to be seeing the Queens of the Drone still coming through, Stimpack and the Marines coming up for a moment. Get that into place. See what'll happen. Alright, Stim still going through, Marines and the Banshee coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the Rax, gas, and everything else continuing by as well. The Evolution Chamber building, the hatchery coming through. Take a couple moments to continue in with that at the moment here and get that all settled for the moment. That just gets a few shots off again. The drones and the Queens will continue by, so just get that settled in for a little bit. Try to see what our game plan is from here. Yeah, Lings, the Bay Nest, all of that coming around for a little bit. So again, we get some setups going. Again, the hatch coming through. Add a couple of Spore Crawlers into the mix as well. So a lot of that coming straight about right now as we settle into place. just early on. The Banshee going to head up to the top. Again, +1 attack and that combat shield building into place as well. So we just bring a few of those different bits and bobs into play right now. Get that all set up. The Banshee gets through, gets a drone already, so just going to be able to make a little grab on that. Obviously nice to slow any sort of drones down as these Marines unload, and KUA will make a bit of progress to the left side. Going to stim for this 4th base again. Early game has definitely been a little bit fortunate there so far. The Banelings, the Carapace upgrade coming through. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming by as well. The Banshee will just get after a couple of creep tumors at the front, so we begin to work on those just for a little while. Get some more damage done here momentarily. Yeah, a couple of Banes coming online as well, so bringing again a lot of that through for the moment. And just going to see the Ling Bane gathering up. The Queen's going to be there as well. Stepping over the left side. A few Marines are going to stim already. Just going to see that hatchery. Going to get jumped on, going to get killed. Medivacs will be chased by the Queens down the left side. 1-1 coming through. Marines in the armory coming about. The SCVs are coming over as well. Medivacs will be moving. Just going to have the Banes moving about. Again, the 1-1 upgrades coming by. Marine tank all coming into play just for a couple moments. Need to get this set up at the moment and get that onto wraps. Now the Bane's going about, melee upgrade and the +2 Carapace. We have 1-1 about to be done from KUA, so you can maybe get on the map and trade a little bit right now against just the Carapace, but I mean, right now, just I like the movement from KUA. He's stimming in over here, just kind of, you know, making some moves, kind of seeing some opportunities and some chances to kind of really get in to deal some damage so far. So yeah, I like that part from KUA right now. Feels as though he's definitely maintaining the lead which he established for himself with the build order, right? So able to keep that kind of going for himself, keeping him in a good place. Very positive experience so far, as just have the Lings will come back around. Jordan Close coming up, T2 upgrade still coming about as well. We've seen the Lings going to get in after everything else for a few moments, so again, take a chance to move through just momentarily, see what else we can get done. Again, T2 on the way, Drilling Close coming out, the Marines in the command center will build, Refinery and the reactor all coming about. Hydra Den is about halfway done as well. He is just going to get that started up alongside everything else for a few moments. And yeah, those tanks are going to siege, the Marines are going to step further forward. I was going to say the Medivac's going to be a part of this experience as well as they step over to the left-hand side. The units are going to unload towards this left side also. Try and see what else we can do. Couple Banes is going to get jumped on, so we can get some damage done here. A little bit of cleanup being done. The Banes connect in for a bunch of the Marines. Adrenal Glands, Overlord Speed, and the +2 Carapace will build during this. The Banshee able to get some shots off on those Lings as well. And now a tank hitting the Marines in return, or the Lings in return. I think here just going back and forth and trying to continue to find the opening. Solar is hanging on in there, but it is just pure Lingbane Hydra. Hive done, Adrenal Glands on the way, and that's nice and all, but there's nothing extra to this. There's no lurkers that are on the verge of popping out here or anything like that, right? We don't even have the lurkers head down. And this is what I mean. We're not close to this army really being set up from Solar in a way that can really kind of change or deal with this without just slowly grinding away at these fights and hoping that he doesn't get out macroed / out traded with. It's a pretty major request though. It's a pretty massive request. In all honesty, as you just see Marines coming through as well, trying to see what else is going on. Lingbane Hydra coming through. Hatch gonna get transfused back up a little bit more. See the 2-2 still coming about. The Marines are going to take a step forward. The Widow Mines are there as well. Gonna see another couple of Widow Mines going to go take some shots onto the Overseer. I mean, Solar trying his best to fight this back, but there's just so many positions. Top right now is where KUA is looking. He's going to get this hatchery kill, so yeah, it's just going to be a little bit too much in the end. KUA is going to power his way through to a 1-1 scoreline. And, yeah, second mine. Yeah, there was some disgusting mines along the way, guys. The second one was juicy. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I think Solo was probably not loving that either. If there was any chance of Solo hanging on, it wasn't going to be alongside the mines that were connecting. Not like that, at least. Not like that. Alright, we're going to get invited into Ruby Rock for this next game, guys. Give us a second, we'll get this ready to go. I'm just rewatching that Widow Mine. Jesus, it kind of pops out of nowhere, that Widow Mine as well. It's kind of disgusting. Kind of disgusting. Mine hit. No lambanes, Jesus. Alright, a couple minutes and we'll be going, guys. The main stream is taking a quick break before we resume, so just a moment and we'll get that sorted out and get back on track again. Again, thanks for joining us today. Enjoying the stream, a couple things you can do to support as usual. Like and subscribe if you're on the YouTube. Follow if you're on the Twitch. And yeah. You know what that'll do? That'll do it, guys. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, subscribe, and follow if you can. Appreciate it if you do. And thank you so much for your support, even if that is just sitting here watching along with us. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Counting into game number 3. We're ready to go, so it's time to send it into this third map. Let's get this one started off and see what'll happen. Beautiful stuff. Ruby Rock did decide this series. Yeah, so on Cura well matched. A lot of the time Cura, again, reliant on the builds to give him that kind of edge, but really is so good at maintaining leads when he gets them in the matchup. 1-1. Still the top left. Cura bottom right. Game 3 for us right now. Underway to see who gets through to the semi-finals on the first Kung Fu Cup of this year. Anyway, take a moment or two. I'm just going to be having a couple of refineries coming about to get set up and ready to rumble. Just going to have ourselves the barracks building at the front. So once again, low ground barracks here from Cura. See the hatchery coming about. Take a couple of seconds right now. And see where we go. Nice, peaceful for a moment or two. Get this into play. Overlord will come about. Moving around and take a few seconds. Again, the double barracks on the way. It's going to be Reapers this time, so double racks at the front every game. 2 games, the Reapers, but that one game, the sneaky little Marine play that set him off into such a good lead last time around. Let's see how well we do this time around to get this up and running. Swan Pool is going to complete right there. And a couple of Reapers coming about, the SCV coming over as well, so just bring a lot of that into play already. Link speed coming about, the Queens are on the way through. So far, so good. Reaper will shoot, Lings will take some damage, we go back and forth there, the Reaper and the CC continue about, the Refinery on the way. Let's get this into place at the moment as the Reaper will continue to trade. Link speed is halfway done. That queen still just kind of ticking along in the production as well. A couple more lings coming about. The drone on the way. Get this settled. I'm just going to see the little Reaper dropping a grenade down. Queen going to get bopped off to the side for a few moments. And on we go for the moment. So again, looking reasonable for a couple of seconds. Going to see a grenade coming down. Queen's going to get bopped. Reaper's just going to continue to dance for, like I say, a second or two to just kind of keep the pressure up, see what else they can do. Trying to see what else happens here over the next little bit of time. And drone's still coming about, getting this all underway. Again, trying to see what else will take place. I'm just going to fight a little longer. I'm just going to be seeing the Reapers up to the high ground playing the defense, so pushed away from having map control, and now just going to have the Lings obviously threatening to take map control themselves and making sure that these Reapers are not getting up to any more mischief, at least in the foreseeable future. So for the near future, not much else going on. Again, a couple of those queens and the drones all still coming about, the hatchery coming down as well. No Circlin's going to pull back over to the front of the queens for a couple of moments as well, get that into position. And the Stimpack and the Marines still building up for the moment. Again, cloaking coming through, the Stimpack on the way. Lots of tools that will help us later into this game right now. I'm just going to see the lab building through. Evil chamber coming about. We take a couple moments to settle some of these bits and pieces down and see what we can set up for. As they do see the Marines able to get the Overlords. High ground vision brought by the Banshee, able to deliver a little bit right away. Let's get the factory still setting up. We'll take a moment here. Just gonna have the Banshee obviously thrown over the defense so far from solo against the Banshee's at least looking pretty respectable. Not gonna be any kind of opening just yet to take advantage of. Gonna have Queen stepping over. The Banshee will continue to fly down. The other Queens stepping through to try and get on top of, potentially deal with that Banshee for the next few moments. Banshee going to start latching onto a couple of shots. Looking at a couple of opportunities right now. Well, Marines, Reapers, and the Hellions will gather back to the left side, or, well, the center, and look to push to that left side towards that base of Solar. Look to try and get some damage done here in the near future. Just going to be having the army still settling. And yeah, Marines, Reapers, Hellion all gathering up. Royal Hydras and the Carapace upgrade coming through. Proof Spine still on the way in. I'm just going to be seeing those Hydras will finish up shortly, so getting those Hydras all completed as well. And the Marines are still stemming towards this as we are going to get rid of a couple of crew teamers initially. Hatchery taking damage. Solar does not want to lose his fourth base. Obviously, that puts him into a very awkward position playing without the fourth base. At this point in the game already, just kind of leaves you really not where you want to be, full stop. So, not ideal really right now as we step through. Hydra Queen is going to get a defense, but we had to cancel the fourth, so cancel it, rebuild it, does get reset. Maybe not the end of the world, but still, like I say, not ideal, not what you were completely looking for just yet. Still got the warm-on upgrades and that armory coming through the factory, and the extra couple of reactors still building by. As the army from Q on the top side going to come back down the right. Again, Bayness in the Evo chamber still building through. The Banshee is going to be pulling away. Just getting out of there for a couple moments. Again, the Bayness in the Evo chamber still building up. Hydras and the Hydra speed building also. The mules drop down onto the third is the economy of Q pumps. But most importantly right now is that we are still very much so alive on the side of Solar. And our fourth base will get online and we can play into the next phase of this game, which is obviously something we were maybe not initially possibly able to do initial at first. Gonna have the things and the infestation pit coming about. Just gonna see the +1 missiles, +2 carapace going through, the Bane speed coming around as well. Just gonna see the Marines stemming forward, the Hydra lane gonna be there to try and help push back against that also here. And the T2 upgrades, that +1 vehicle weapons, all of that coming straight by. Just for the moment. Still got the Hydra Bane producing through. Again, +1 missiles, +2 carapace coming over as well. Just going to see that Lurker Den going to be building from Solar, by the way, so you'll get the Lurker Den up and running as the Hive also produces Hatchery also in play. A lot of these bits and pieces setting up over the next few moments. Lingbane Hydra going to take a jump onto this army. Marines are going to stand strong, though, pushing back against that Lingbane Hydra pretty effectively. And for now, Solar just has to step back and try and reposition for this fight. Solar's game plan right now is obviously ideally to live to the Lurkers, but that does come with making a couple of clutch defenses first. Something we know Solar's very familiar with. If you listen to me cast Solar's EVT, I talk all the time about how so much of his EVT usually revolves around surviving until the Lurkers are out and then the game flips on its head. This is one of those scenarios. You gotta survive, and he's setting up the fight right now. He's gonna look to come in from multiple angles. Is that gonna be good enough? Lingbane Hydra runs through. Tanks targeting what they can. Couple of Bane's actually going to reach the center of those Marines, so in that regard, things look pretty decent. His army gets wiped out, and that's going to give Solar some of the time he needs to get closer to those, those Lurkers. Lurker Den done, Hive done. We know his bottom left base, so no 5th hatchery for Solar. Again, I've seen Solar in a lot of situations. As long as he survives, as long as he doesn't have to GG out, I believe in his ability to undo a lot of these deficits that are being created if he gets the Lurker army available. Now, right now, he's going to prioritize Seismic Spines, Adrenal Glands off the Hive, and Vipers. So, a lot of different things coming through. You can see the impact that having Hive is going to have on this game. There are a lot of immediate kind of consequences that we go into, basically, from Solar saying, right, I need a bit of this, I need a bit of that. The spell casting obviously helps you to survive a little bit longer alongside everything else. Naturally kind of coming through as well. Bio up to the top, gathering around. Just going to see the Adrenal Glands, the Seismic Spines, everything else continue through as well for a couple moments. Still got the 3-3 upgrades coming through on the side of Pure, so he will continue with his own upgrades. He has got a 4th base starting to establish as well. Probably not going to worry too much about that potentially being denied here, because Solar doesn't really have a lot of map control right now. He's very much so focused on the defense, so defense coming into play right now. Just going to see a few more of those Lings and Banes getting knocked down. The Lurkers will gather up. Adrenal Glands are continuing through. Still got the +2 missiles, still got the Overlord speed all coming around. Those Hydras still continuing up as well, as the Marines are going to stem up. A couple of Lings and the Banes coming around. The Lings going to get a jump onto these tanks. Both those tanks getting surrounded, and we will push back on everything else as well, so cleanup being made for the moment. Again, +2 missiles, +2 melee, Adrenal Gland, all coming about. Bringing a lot of the rest of this through into place, as we do have the Lings and the Hydras going to actually take a little bit of a shove forward. Just going to get in after a few of these Marines. Marines and the tanks will be holding back for a couple of seconds as well. Like I say, though, Solar's now maxed out, and he's playing with the Lurkers. I really do feel like this really changes the pacing of this game at this point, puts you into so much more of a comfortable place. And those 3-3 upgrades coming through, +2 missiles, +2 melee coming about as well. Dive in, bio tanks coming through, Spore Crawlers firing. The shots coming in initially as we continue to go around. Just going to see everything else coming over also there for a little bit, so a bit more being done for now. So we've seen Hydras, the Lings, the Banes continue to wrap around and collect on through. So still being kept on the defensive initially. Let's just see the Knight is being denied over in the main base. Lurkers will fire and get a few more shots off, so I'm going for a little bit extra over here as well, trying to get a bit more value over the next couple moments. Hydroling Bane still on the move. So definitely taking control of this game back a bit though. Has to rebuild the Lurk Den, but his army looks good. Q is only a 4-base Terran. Getting to that 5th base now may be more of a challenge with Solar able to play a much more comfortable army composition. The extra ghost coming about. Couple missile turrets coming into play. Just a lot of setting up right now. Those ghost counts growing. There are the CCs that are going to maybe start floating across towards some of that 5th base action. Ghost command centers because of shells. Will that continue to build through at the moment? Bion will take a stim at this Lingbane Hydra. A couple of snipes coming down. Just going to see the army pulling away. Planetary Fortress going to shoot. A couple of the Banes getting knocked away at. Hydra's still trying to trade up for a couple of moments as well. Let's continue to push the rest of the Hydra Bane out of here for a little bit longer. So again, shoving that back the other direction. There's a few mules dropping down and getting into position. Let's get rid of a refinery. One Marine's still going to try and fight back against the Queens. Snipe, snipe. Maybe a bunch of Lurkers going down. Nice response from Cure at least. And Solo just wants to keep the base count down, right? If you can keep Cure on 4 bases and deny the 3rd a few times over, that's great. It's actually a very good fight for Solo. The Banes are getting very deep on this army. I just lunged backwards, but man, that was a very good fight. A lot going down. Not too many SCVs. There was a moment where I thought a lot of SCVs might get jumped on by the Banelings, but didn't come about in the end. All that Lingbane Infestor building. I think the Infestor's obviously a nice touch to make this a more competitive army overall. A bit of that Lingbane Hydra just moving around, looking to get in position, looking to fight again. Parasite Bombs and the Fungal on the Medivac, so now you actually can't get those Medivacs away and split apart. 2 of the 4 go down, the other 2 low. This Orbital's going to blow up in a second as well. I actually don't think he's got really bases to replenish either. He's got 4 orbitals and that's it in the game, so he actually doesn't really have a great setup at all. Not being able to replenish dying command centers is something that's very rare in a TVZ of this kind of stature, but it just kind of shows where Kira is at, that he's being bullied and he's being pushed into a rough position. He's going to struggle to get out of it. I just don't think Kira can realistically stay in this at this point for much longer. Economy going down, tech being removed. Gonna go once again, a Fungal to lead the charge. A couple of those Medivacs getting caught, the Bane's still rolling. You can see Kira nearly below sub 100 supply. Just gonna have a couple of ghosts will show up to snipe some of these Hydras. We kill off an orbital though, and kill another potential base. It's gonna be nice. I believe that was the main base relocating, by the way. And drop a Fungal on some of these ghosts just to enable the retreat from the other units. Here, maybe step too far forward. The Lings are going to get grabbed. Medivacs aren't there to heal. GG called. And Solar takes it to 2-1 to move into the semis. Yeah, this was a TVZ that Kira was very competitive in, but Solar did the Solar thing. Survived to Lurkers, and once he survives to Lurkers, bam. It's going to be ZVZ, as Rogue and Solar will be in the semifinals. Rogue defeating Percival to make it here. Are the semis 1 by 1? Here's my question. Well, it looks as though ByuN and herO did not start, so either way, it looks as though it'll be the series we want to cast. But I presume they're 1 by 1 in the semis, guys. I'm going to be a couple minutes when we come back, and it's going to be semi-final action of Kung Fu Cup today. They were super ready to go. And ByuN and herO already vetoed. So we enter the semi-finals in the bottom left. Blue Terran ByuN, while in the upper right, red Protoss herO. Game 1 of this best of 3 semi. Both semis will be 1 by 1, guys. The ZVZ will follow this. And it'll be a best of 5 finals, and that's what we've got lined up for you guys today. Bit of proxy action from ByuN, double proxy racks. As herO is in the main base with the scouts, so he is seeing that ByuN is lacking in barracks over here. As we settle in then on White Rabbit. CV will be there to chase the probe off, just going to chase that away for a couple of moments. Cybercore coming through, the Zealot still building, and bring a lot of that up and running. Just for these next few moments. And yeah, Reapers, barracks, all continuing through. As we set up for the next little bit of time, those Reapers all continuing into play then, so we get those up and running for now. Get that started off and see where things will take us for the foreseeable future. Probe is going to come across, nibble at that SCV. So that will chase. We're obviously going to try and get something done initially, not finding too much just yet. Pulling back the other way, going after another probe or two just for a few more moments. So again, trying to find a little extra right now. And going to hop down to this low ground for a couple of moments. So again, getting into position there, trying to get that set up. Again, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming in also. So get that into place. You can see the few Reapers actually going to go in still after the Zealot for a moment. Stalker going to come across. Stalker will try and fight. Reaper has to step back once again. escaping out of there. For the moment, Stalker Warp Gate all coming through. The couple of Reapers are building by. Trying to get in position just initially. And yeah, the Reapers. Oh, yeah, there are 2 more Reapers on the way through as well, so continue to bring that into play. So the Reapers all join up. It's set to rumble. Stalker's there, a little grenade goes down. Stalker's going to be kept at bay for a couple moments. See the hallucination coming across also just for a little bit. And Stalker and the Warp Gate coming by. And the Twilight Counts and the Gateway coming up as well. And yeah, hallucination will obviously get some information going out to the other side, but overall, this is going to be a lot of Reapers, and I'm very intrigued as to what ByuN eventually gets done with them, because at this point, we're not really finding much of anything, so there is definitely something of a simple problem there. Long term. Hallucination will just come back and forth for a couple seconds, just going to move through, try to see a bit more of what else is taking place. So the Reaper's fighting, Stalker goes down, little grenade goes down. We're going to be able to grab the Stalker. The few Stalkers in the Sentry will join together. Just push through for a little bit as well, trying to see what else is going on. Blink, probes, Gateway, battery coming by for the moment. So again, we get this into place. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers in the Sentry will step up. Just going to have the pylon there. Another Stalker warping in, the Blink coming through. The Reaper's going to hop up, and the Zealot will go down. We're just going to move into the main mineral line, as the Stalker and the Sentry are going to be here to try and push a few bits and pieces away. So we chase away from that. The Liberate and the Hellion still coming through. The Orbital and the Command Center building as well. Looking pretty decent overall. Again, battery still producing on by. Just going to be seeing the Reapers head down the bottom. Let me take a couple of moments. Well, army onto the map. ByuN looking to get to the center here. Reaper Hellion just joined together. He's going to be seeing everything else coming through. Robo Facility Gateway, probes and the Blink all coming around. We are going to see the Stalkers getting jumped on for a couple of moments. The one Stalker going down, the Sentry, and the Stalkers stepping back forward once again. And again, still seeing that Blink kicking by in the next couple of moments. Next coming online, Robo Facility Gateway, all coming up. Siege Tank Marines and a Stim Pack upgrade building as well. Engineering base still producing through. The SCVs are coming by. And it's going to be seeing herO starting to step out the front of this natural, and onto the map we go. The few Marines able to hit for a couple seconds onto that hallucination. Bit of damage being dealt. Going to drop the barracks down in the next few moments. Just going to get that into position here. Put that into place as again the rest of the Stalkers head to the bottom left hand side on a journey. Hallucination coming by just one more time. Well, Stalkers jump up to the high ground. We are going to get rid of a couple of SCVs. Harassment from herO. Going to get rid of the Stim Pack. ByuN is obviously not in position to deal with this. Otherwise he'd have some units in the main base. This is horrible for him. He's taking so much damage. Couple of CC available, sure, but man, like, if the Stalkers obviously just have Blink out available, they can trade a little longer, take a couple of shots, and just make it as miserable as possible for ByuN. Keep him in a really just horrible play. I mean, there's no saving grace here for ByuN. He kills a few probes on the other side, so there's, I guess, a small saving grace. But we lost Stim, we lost some SCVs yourself, we lost the reactor on the starport, and here behind this, by the way, Dark Shrine starting up, so he's just saying, okay, I like my position, and I'm going to try and stay very aggressive to maintain this position as well, so gets that Dark Shrine on the way. Going to try and go into the DTs as the next stage of this game. I'm kind of intrigued, I kind of like it. I guess we'll see how it turns out. Well, that's going to be seeing our barracks continuing through. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers coming over. Siege Tank going to get picked off as well. Another little problem there is we just have the charge. +1 attack going through. Nexus, Dark Shrine, and Gateway continue to come about as well. Just come over the side. seeing a couple of shots coming about. Just going to take a moment here as Reaper's at least still able to try and do something. herO is obviously starting to control this game big time, so it is definitely in ByuN's best interest to find a way to do some of this advantage. And hey, he's got the Reaper, so we get a few probes at least. He's defending against the Prism. I mean, that's a nice kind of combination of events. It's going to help you a lot here as ByuN, if nothing else. It's going to start to push you in a bit of the better direction right now. And there's the +1 and the charge both coming through. Shadow Stride continue to build. Probe and the Nexus coming up as well. This Bio still joining back through, so again, a reposition. You see the Prism up into the main is going to be having a DT, slice and dice a couple of things here and there. You can see the Marines coming about, just unloading already. The Prism is going to move about. Stalkers blinking across. A couple of Zealots are going to be there to try and fight also. And we are going to see this harassment continuing. Honestly, ByuN dealing with this pretty decently. Like, he's losing a bunch of SCVs, but like his supply overall is not bad. I wonder if herO's going to start regretting the commitment to DTs instead of maybe just trying to get something else done over the course of this, because putting him into a little bit of a funky place. We are going to see in this orbital in some trouble. Would this not just look a bit better if we just had more kind of straight up units than the DTs? I mean, maybe it doesn't, to be fair. We're going to kill the third base, so I think I'm going to start asking questions that just aren't going to matter, because the third is pretty much the most important thing that can take place right now. So losing that is going to be a little unfortunate. I'm going to find another DT, put more damage being done. I'm going to see the Dark Temple and the Stalkers and the Prism still building up for a few moments, so continue through some other bits and pieces there. We're just going to see the upgrades continuing in. We are going to see a big drop in the main base by ByuN. I mean, that's going to give you at least a chance for herO to make some mistakes and maybe to take a bad fight. The Zealots are going to charge through, just going to get after that Bio army. That's the Protoss army that's not dying, especially with another round of warp-ins to protect the Stalkers. The Zealots are just going to hold strong. GG says ByuN, and that is going to do it for us here in this game number 1. So herO taking the 1-0 lead in the best of 3 semis. We'll head ourselves into a second game here in just a second then, guys. Just run some ads and kick that off into game number 2. So it's going to be game number 2 in a few moments. And yeah, the other semi-final obviously will be Zerg versus Zerg. So we're going to either have PVZ or TVZ as our final matchup today. That much we already know for sure, so that's nice and cool. Alright, everyone's joined this lobby. We'll be in a moment and get ready to kick this off into place. In just a few short seconds, guys. Alright, kicking this off. Counting down. Beginning. Go, go, getting called. We're about ready to send it. Game 2, can ByuN bounce back? Again, ByuN beating Classic earlier. Again, he seems to have figured out Classic, but he seems to struggle against herO still. And obviously this game kind of opened in a weird, funky way that I don't think really did ByuN many favors, to be honest, at the very get-go. So, Alright, Ruby Rock coming through. Get this ready to go. And we're going to be hopping into game 2. All of the button presses I was tabbed out. There we go. This time it'll work. In the top left, down a map, our Blue Terran player ByuN tries to step us into a full 3-game series by tying the series up. 1-1 would be lovely. Selfishly asking for more games. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player is herO. It's coming up being, what, about 3 hours into this. We've got a best of 3 and a best of 5 after this. Yeah, pretty nice length of the stream. I like the Comfy Cups. The only issue is obviously we had a bit of a stop-start kind of day-to-day. I do think in the future, obviously the first couple of rounds may be a bit one-sided, but I do think in the future we might be a bit less unlucky. Today was like an unlucky day. We had some fast games. We ended up between games a bunch early on as well. But, yeah, I still think a fun one, and obviously moving through more games continuing by as we speak. And we've got ZVZ, Rogue, and Solar after this, and then the finals will be a best-of-5 affair as well, so that should also be a good chunk of fun. Very exciting. Next coming about, get underway. Orbital, Cybercore, Zealot continue coming through. Just going to be seeing the setup continuing for a little bit. I'm going to see the SCV and so moving around. Trying to see what we're up to for a couple moments. Orbital Command Factory and the Command Center coming about. Just going to be seeing the setup continuing through. A lot of this coming into play. And waiting for some movement. Obviously nothing as aggressive as last game from ByuN, so already there. Going to be seeing a little bit of a different approach to this than what we, I can say, saw prior. Well, Marine, just going to sit here. Reactor coming down on the barracks, and that factory will finish shortly. Give us a good idea of where we are heading, so we'll get into a little bit of this right now. It's on the way through. The Marines will be popping out of this barracks in just a couple seconds. The Marines popping by. And we're seeing the Adept continue to shade upwards. Is El going to join up there? The Probe is going to join us. And again, the Twilight Council, a couple of probes, and the rest, the Stalker and the Warp Gate, continue to come by just for the moment as well. So we get a lot of that gathered in. And the Starport coming through, the Woodermine, the Orbital Command coming up as well. So bring a lot of that into play just immediately here. Twilight Council in the gate and some of the bits and pieces going through. I'm just going to have the orbital to the low ground, so ByuN on the high ground expand initially just to stay nice and safe. Really trying to take zero risk in the early stages and setting up to go from there. Bring everything else around. You can see a few Marines dropping about. Just going to be having the Medevac and the Marines coming through, blinking the gates and the robot facility all coming about. Just going to see the Marines continue to fight. The Adept chased away, and Stalker's taking a couple shots. And the Stalker's going to keep pinging at this orbital for a few moments. This Natural will take a few shots of damage. Stalker's and the Adept together. Taking a few hits already. Taking some damage right away. I'm just going to be seeing a few Marines still gathering up back up toward the top side. Blink Chrono boosting along. One of mine is going to drop into this main. Ooh, kind of a slow split initially, but we do get away, so it's kind of fine. Not too bad at the end of this. The Marines going to try and hit the Stalkers. One of mine grabs just a probe or two. Cyclone locks on. Just going to see the couple Stalkers getting chased out of here. And for the moment, at least, a pretty reasonable defense at this point. Stalkers still around on that right-hand side as well. Just going to see the Medevac still boosting through, looking to unload a mine into the midst of everything. Mine gets cleaned up. Stalker pushing the Medevac away. And continue to boost along there. A couple of moments as well. Our observer seems to have stopped observing. We're back. Cool. Again, there is an official obs today, so... It's official obs. I'm going to use the official obs, guys. So, you know, they just took a moment off there. All good. As our Stalkers gather, I am on the official obs, right? Before I'm chatting all this shit. Yay. It's okay. I'm an official caster, and I don't say all the right things half the time too. So, anyways, Prism is popping out, and it's a lot of Stalkers to go to the other side. herO wanting to apply some pressure here off this 4 gateway setup. So, an aggressive herO. At this point in time, looking to get across the map and looking to make something happen with this. Let's see how well he can do over these next few moments. As we just have the Stalker setting up, barracks still floating over. Just going to be pulling that barracks back and looking to get in position for now. I mean, the Stalker's in. A few probes going down. The auto turret from ByuN across the map finds a little bit of value, but not too much just yet. Going to be seeing the, again, Stalkers just having success. Similar story to the first game so far, bit of a different scenario, but you know, success for herO, not so success for ByuN. Obviously, the Stalkers hit in a much more kind of normal way, and ByuN is not as kind of weirdly set up because of the double barracks proxy that he had in that first game, but yeah, still not exactly what you want to be seeing. Just the Stalkers getting in, getting some damage, getting out. We lost one Stalker, but pretty allowable to lose one. I mean, the Raven is doing some good work. It's going to be 4 more workers, so the Raven really is genuinely putting some work in and doing some nice things. So good job so far, Mr. Raven. And Stim and the +1 come through. The Nexus and the battery coming up as well. Prism will warp in 4 more Stalkers. Again, the couple probes coming by. The Nexus coming up. Again, Command Center, Marine, Stimpack Combat Shield +1. All building by. And just going to be seeing a couple barracks continuing to produce. Prism will set up there. Take a couple moments. Stalkers are going to blink. Wow. It's a lot of Stalkers, but there's a second tank on the high ground. The bunker obviously deals some damage during this as well. During that blink, you take some shots. So, adding up a little bit here. SV still going down. Command Center taking damage. A few Marines beginning to drop as well. And a few more Stalkers continue to come via that charge coming up. The Stalkers settle. You can see the Command Center going to float back over to the natural a little bit. It's just going to take a couple flights, a couple seconds of flight over to that right side. The Cyclone going to join with the Raven here. The Stalkers blink up. A siege tank goes down. And now the rest of this Bio army is continuing to settle into place as well here. We're going to see that Cyclone still locking on. A probe going down as well. Another couple of probes coming through as the Pylon is still in some trouble. Raven drops through a couple of auto turrets. We're going to get a bunch more probes. Man, ByuN has been a probe murderer this game. He's been fantastic at killing workers. He's killed 15 of them. As these Stalkers go for the reactor, I was going to say, it's probably going to be a bit too much of a commitment to stay there until the reactor dies. herO agrees. He backs it up. Decides that indeed was not the moment to try and push this any further just yet. Stalkers back in the main. They will get the reactor, going to get the tech lab that's just sat there as well. And I'm just going to be seeing the Bioforce continue to take some shots. Again, here again, a lot of value out of these Stalkers, but is ByuN stabilizing? Stimpack now on the way. Is he stable overall? Is there a way for ByuN to kind of continue through this? Nice little scan, gets another grab. Now the Stalkers onto the low ground. Going to try and fight over here as well. But unable to kind of make much more progress. herO, equal workers with ByuN. I guess that would be more meaningful for ByuN if he actually had a third base to put his workers on, but right now, obviously, too much pressure. Can't get a third base in position. Maybe soon, though, there is some hope that could maybe happen. As the Bio gets there, the couple Stalkers go down. A little bit more cleanup being made just for the moment. Extra round of Zealots off on the right side. Just going to see the Zealot Stalker Sentry pushing forward. Away they go. The Bio going to be here. The Orbital Command trying to float across. First, I'm going to take a chance to drop into the main base in the next couple of moments. So just going to drop into the main, try and put some damage out. Stalker Zealot Sentry coming by. Just going to be having the Bio going to be there. A couple of Zealots getting picked away at. And pretty decent as you just have. Zealot Stalker looking to push through. Orbital Command taking some damage. The missile turret about to fall. Prism is going to get chased by the few Marines. So again, we push that back over to the other side for a little bit here. Another few Zealots is going to get warped in. Bunch of Bions, SCVs gathering, Storm on the way as well. AM +2. Coming about with everything else. So we're now going to see +2 attack from ByuN. herO has no upgrades at all just yet. He's on his way to the +1 attack, but a little while until that's really going to come into play as the Bio will take a stem at these Stalkers. But High Templars stepping forward. There's the first Storm coming down. Let's see if the upgrades from ByuN can help him. 1-1 to 0-0 right now in this fight is going to be the setup. It's a lot of Zealots. You have to lift the orbital, give you a bit more space to work through. The Zealots keep derping in toward the depot, which means that, you know, the depot is doing its job of kind of absorbing some of those Zealot charges. So we like to see that. Makes it just a bit more sim-citied, a bit more difficult for herO to kind of get the full wraparound on this force. The Marines stem in as though, I don't know what they were hoping for. It looked like they wanted to target a high Templar, but it seemed extremely unlikely to actually have a chance to truly impact there. And the Orbital Commander is going to lift off, float away. And the Stalker's coming through, he's going to hit this depot. That will go down. I'm going to continue forward with everything else at the moment as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots are going to come around. And a couple of Ghosts and the +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. Another Storm coming into place right here. Get that underway. herO's numbers are still looking good. Drops a feedback on a medevac just to remove some more healing as well, because why the hell not? And yeah, we do have our Storm still coming into that Bioforce. Going to hit another few Marines once again. Storm still coming by. Continue to shove onto that for the moment. Big EMP hits that Temples. That's going to be the end of the Storms for the moment, but I just don't think it matters. I think ByuN's already lost too much for that to really, like I say, matter at all, quite frankly. And herO steps away from perhaps maybe making a 2-0 move into the first Kung Fu Cup finals of the year. Was ByuN on 3 bases? Not for very long. He was on 3 bases for a little bit. He was delayed getting to 3 base because of herO's aggression already, so yeah, he was not really on 3 bases for very long at all in this game. The Stalker's going to get turned away. Bio Ghost going to be there to chase said Stalkers away right now. It's just going to push them back out of here. And again, extended thermal lance. The Colossus reduction from herO is Tech Switch, which ByuN's preparation for is going to be really pretty darn minimal. Should kind of net you in pretty good position at the end of this. The Prism goes down. It's going to be another pick-off right there. We'll be seeing the +2 attack, +1 armor, thermal lance, and the Prism, and the Colossus, and the Zealots all continue through for the moment. You see a couple of those Zealots getting grabbed and picked off, so a little bit more cleaning up being done. But, like I say, with herO well on his way to a tech transition, and ByuN struggling to get back to the 3 bases, I just don't think, again, long-term, this is looking pretty at all for ByuN. See a little bit of that Bio still coming through. A couple Storms. I mean, herO's supply is great. It's just about him finding some fights to help finalize this game, I think. But as long as ByuN's alive, there's always going to be a chance that maybe herO messes up the fight and steps back into, and ByuN can step back into this. Kind of the proposition you just have to kind of pray for at the moment is ByuN, like, this can happen, so maybe it will, question mark. But a Bio going to be there, a couple Stalkers go back the other way. A couple Vikings, Marauder and the +2 armor upgrade continue coming around. Just going to see the Bio going to get there, chase the Stalkers back the other direction once again. Zealots is going to come straight through. Pick off the refinery. Now that Disruptor shot there just lands on those Ghosts and does some good damage as well. Bio still gathering medevacs overhead. Healing up a little bit. Marine Marauder Viking continue to come by. It's going to be seeing the rest of this all gathering through. Army pushing. Well, Storm going to come down into position as well, so just bring that straight over. The EMP onto the Disruptors. Fight is going to take place. ByuN. There's the Vikings jumping on the Colossus pretty quickly. Stalker started to get rid of them, but maybe could have saved the Colossus if the Archons had helped with the Vikings. Kind of nitpicking parts of this fight. Realistically, it's not going to make any kind of a difference, and GG does get called. ByuN does not have enough to stay in this, and it is herO to fight back into, fight into the finals today, where he'll play a PvZ against either Solar or Rogue. That is going to be ZVZ coming up next. So we'll get that ZVZ on the way in just a few moments, guys. They were pretty quick about getting this other matchup started, so I'd imagine Solar and Rogue are probably already vetoed. We'll join the party and move on into the Zerg versus Zerg semi to see who gets to play herO in today's finals. So probably the favorite here and probably the one with the better chance to play for to take down herO as well, but let's see. These guys are already readying. So yeah, they're going to be pretty quick to get this going, guys. Solar needs to swap to Zerg, though. And we should be able to go into this DVZ as soon as the mainstream is ready, but it looks as though they are ready as well, so pretty much just no downtime, straight into this. Let's go gets called, and it's going to be ZVP finals, but which Zerg will represent the Zerg race in that final? That comes down to this Solar versus Rogue matchup, guys. So, Solar versus Rogue coming up right now. Of course, everyone's already earned prize money here in the semifinals as well, but obviously that prize money increases nicely as you move through the second and first place. $108 for second, $180 for first. It's actually kind of nice, right? So you get more money for second. So basically comparing this to a WardiTV Monday, just similar kind of prize pooled event, you get less money for winning, more money for second place, and more money for third and fourth. So it's probably quite nice. I think if we had a bit more money, I'd probably put a bit more into third and fourth and try and give a bit more love to the guys that make it there frequently and, you know, so on and so forth. Alas, we do not have more money to give, but if we did, probably be of a similar vein. It's Young. It's Indy's in here, right? Let's jump on the Indy cam for. Okay, Indy's on 7. We'll jump to 7 in a moment or two. Now we'll follow the official obs and see how they get on. Start the ZVZ. Hatchery down onto the natural from both players, so hatchery first. Obviously it's ZVZ, so there's absolutely a world where early pools and all sorts could absolutely come about, so there you go, just confirmation that will not be the case, and that will not be happening as that Overlord settles in. Get this up into play. Let's see where we can go from here. Moving across for a couple of moments and trying to see what will be going down. Actually, that's cool. Neither player really doing anything too crazy just yet. That's fun. We're going to throw the hatchery down in the front, so this essentially acts as a macro hatchery. This is one of the builds we don't see very often. It happens very rarely. Basically, it usually leads to kind of like a ling flood because you're just going to have the extra, you know, you have the extra kind of lings. It basically just gives you a lot of lava early without having to defend out toward the third base. So, yeah. And drops into place again. A couple of queens and the lings coming about. So when speed will be coming up. Get this in position right now. And speed building on both sides. So now we take a couple moments and we'll have a couple of queens setting up here. So it is going to be ling speed, like I say. You're going to get an extra queen kind of off this as well, because you're going to have this hatchery just earlier than your opponent, so it's kind of another part of it. He's going to drop the road draw, and we'll see if he uses it, because he is getting ling speed. So, we'll kind of see that. Obviously, you can wall off, and this does stop scouting as well. I just don't know what Solar typically expects, so it's hard for me to kind of like read potentially the mind game or so, because I don't know what Solar is expecting. Because if you ask me, if you have a fast third hatchery here, it is just for a lot of lings. So to me, that is the read. And that is kind of what Rogue is doing. So I just don't feel like there's any sort of suspicion about what is actually going on right now. But Guess we'll find out. Roach will finish for Solo soon. He can make some roaches right off the bat. There, the Lings are going to reveal themselves straight into the 2 Lings of Solo. His Ling speed was already done from him. He kept some map control at the front, so now Solo's going to make some Lings of his own and make sure he has enough, and then maybe a roach or 2 behind it all as well. It's hard to really see this going any way other than positively for Solo defensively. Like, he just knows exactly what's going on. The Queens are going to be there. The couple of Zerglings are going to run back over. Just a couple of moments. They're going to jump on the hatchery, so this is going to be the issue for Solo. Can you keep this hatch alive? Queen's unable to get here right now. So trying to step over. There are the Lings actually going to go and run to jump on this army. So Rogue actually believes he can jump on this army instead. And then maybe turn around to get the hatch later. Is that the right call? The Queens are going down. The Roaches are popping out from Solo. Will start to get overwhelmed if they don't have the right support for them coming up. So that seems as though that might be the case here. As well, Solo in the end does kind of deflected, so he does hold on. This does not become as much of an issue. Well, we continue back over. Just going to be seeing the few Lings. The Roaches gathering up, just pushing around again. Queens and the Carapace upgrade coming through as well. Let's just get a lot of that into play already. As the Spire coming online, we do see those Zerglings still continuing up. And yeah, that Spire coming through with the Lings. Roaches, Queens, and the Carapace upgrade will continue to build by as well. So we get a lot of that up and running. The Lings looking to maybe make a play around this left side, looking to maybe make a play into the natural and try and get something done. Going to get a little wrap around to some of the Ling Roach here as well. So some of the Ling Roach getting caught for the moment. Ravager morphing in, but I just feel like there's too much in the soul. And you can see the supply is starting to go heavily in his favor. Plus he has the drone count and he has the supply lead. And he has, sorry, drone count, army supply. There's a Spire from Rogue. So that is obviously kind of long-term, maybe the way back into this. But when he first gets the Spire, he'll heal at 4 or 5 meters. So it's not going to be a super scary amount of meters at the very beginning. It's going to be a pretty manageable amount to begin with, honestly. You see the Lings and the Roach going to be there. The Lings get turned away for a couple moments. So you push that back for now. No, Lings is going to pull back. The Ling Roach Ravager still continues through there. So again, we pull away from this at the moment. The couple of shots coming about. Ravager going to come through also for a little bit. The Roach is going to set up in the front. Settle this down. I mean, the meters are out, but you're going to have to do a lot of work with these meters because A, they have to clean everything up. And there's going to be a lot of damage done before everything gets cleaned up, first of all. And even then, the meters going across the map are going to have to do some work because Rogue is just heavily behind anyway. So this one seems to be kind of wrapped up. Rogue's plan just not really doing enough. They got kind of close for a few moments, but Solo... And you can see how it could be dangerous, but it really felt like Solo had the defense required. Like, he had a good response. I think you could argue that... Solo was, like I say, he was on the verge of maybe being in trouble, so you can see where maybe it could have worked for Rogue, right? Like, very, very narrowly. It was almost there, just not quite. So, yeah. Crazy business. Alright, we'll take a moment, guys. Get ready for this as Solo and Rogue join us into game number 2. And Solo looks to make the finals here today against herO. I always think Solo herO's been a lot of fun lately. They play a very fun style against one another. I do think that could be kind of interesting. Alright. Counting down, Solo Rogue, game number 2. Solo with the 1-0 lead. Looking for a fight against herO. Alright, Titus Citadel coming up. Get ready for this game 2. As we have got ourselves in the bottom right side. Yeah, red Zerg is going to be Rogue. Down a game up against Solo, the blue Zerg in the upper left. Alrighty, so I'm going to take a moment or two and settle into this one and see where things will go. See if Solar can get up to another strong start. I mean, kind of intrigued if Rogue has more kind of weird plans kind of mixed in. Or what he might plan to do just in general here. Oh, Extractor, I'm gonna get jumped into. A couple drones are gonna splodge on over there and get set up there for a couple moments as well. Oh, we're coming about. Just gonna move over for a couple seconds, and obviously, like I say, not too much going on early, as we see where things head very soon. Do we have a Indie cam? I don't know. I just like Indie's observing. Indie always looks where I want to look. I feel like, like I almost never disagree with what Indie is looking at any point in time. You know, so I always prefer the Indie cam. It's just so nice. Yeah, Rogue's gonna set up in the same way. I will. I guess I'll be impressed if it works, but I'm not gonna be immediately convinced here. Link speed, drones, overlord setting up for a couple moments, so we just get a few things up and ready to rumble for a little while. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just settle into place. See what we can maybe do over the next few minutes of this game getting started up and into action and so on and so forth. So, yeah, we get a couple things up and running, get rumbling, see where we will go. So move about a little bit, just going to try and see what we get up to. Too much really going on just yet. To take a few moments and just see where things will head to. Again, just going to have ourselves the Eva Chamber and so coming about for a little bit right now. Trying to see what comes about. Yeah, kind of intriguing to see. Maybe our plan will be. Ling's gonna get the roach chased down for a second. Just gonna see a little bit of what's going on. Spy coming by and Link speed coming up. Again, drones and the OVs coming through for a couple of moments, so we just get ready here. The missile upgrade coming by. The spy are gonna be the choice of Rogue. And it's interesting that he's doing this and then kind of going different routes of this afterwards, right? So he's kind of mixing up what he's doing and so on. It's interesting for sure. It's just interesting in the first place. The entire situation's kind of intriguing. I'm still not quite sure what we're really getting up to right now. Obviously, you're going to fly through. Queen's going to be there for a couple of moments just to push. Try to push that back. I mean, Solo will get into the scout. 6 meters on the way. He's already going Hydroden, though. I feel like his preparation against this is already looking pretty decent, to say the least. Yeah. I don't know. I don't, not really vibing too much with the position right now. It does not feel great, to say the least, I guess. We've seen the view. Shots coming in. Obviously, the overlords will take some damage, generally speaking. Then we just take a couple moments. Just going to be having the setup continuing then for a little while. Get put in place here. I'm just going to be seeing the meters are going to gather about. Just going to be seeing the jump onto overlords. Obviously, the meters do have a good bit of potential of what they can do, so there'll be a little bit of that kind of happening here for a little bit, and seeing what's going on. Meters coming about, the Hydras and the company coming around. It's going to be seeing some other bits and pieces coming over as well. Yeah, meters coming up, Bane Nets coming in. We got a lot of this started right now in the next few moments. We've seen the Roach Hydra going to open up a set of rocks over here. Is just going to try and open a little bit of this space right now. And Meter's obviously going to try and stay on top of this. The problem is that the Hydras, like the Meters can't necessarily get rid of the Hydras, right? So that's going to be a little awkward to kind of try and deal with over the next little bit. So the Meters flying overhead and just going to be trying to commit onto this, but the Hydras are going to be looking good, and Solar is going to be looking great. In a series where I just don't feel like there's really been much opportunity, to be honest. Like, this really felt like a series which is just kind of bam, bam, bam. Solo's the favorite, and he is going to act like the favorite throughout that and look absolutely spot on. GG's, and he just wins out this ZVZ without really much else kind of exciting to say about it. I know that's kind of like underwhelming, but I don't really have much else to, like I say, really add on to that one, right? That's just going to be GG's, and we move into a herO versus Solar finals. That will be coming up next. Perfect. I'm going to take a couple moments here, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to our final best of 5 here in just a few moments. See you guys after this quick break for more. Alright, videos are wrapping up. Winter Madness, Ruby Rock are going to be the first couple of maps at the very least already decided here, so we'll get into that in a few moments' time. Getting this ready to rumble. Tighter Citadel coming in as a map 3. Be off into this very, very shortly. So, making some progress, getting set up here. Getting ready to roll. I'll accept that invite into Winter Madness and get this ready to begin. As we get this one all started off, ready to party. And into play in just a couple of moments. Alrighty, guys. So I set this off. I'm ready to go soon. So we head into Winter Madness for Solo versus herO, game number 1 of this finals here today. So we get this started off and ready to go. So, heading to Winter Madness right now. Get this on the way. And kick off into some action. Counting down. We'll be done in just a moment. Let's get into this. Cast some SC2. Alright, finals of the first Kung Fu Cup of the year. As we have got in the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be herO. He takes on the red Zerg in the bottom right Solar as we get off into this best of 5. Starting up right here and seeing what's going to happen, how this is going to go, and all the excitement that might come along with that as well. And to play and see, like I say, just what is going to take place over the course of this one. Probe across the map early, as Solar already has the hatch down, so it is going to be hatchery without the probe getting there to block it, so no fortune there, unfortunately, on the side of herO. I'm just going to see the probes coming across. Hatch, building, drone on the way, gate and the probey coming about as well, so far so good. And yeah, that probe is going to continue around, get set up, take a couple of moments to see where everything is at over the next little bit of time. But we're going to pop out of the hatchery, just going to be seeing the probe coming through. Again, a couple of drones going to get through to nibble at that probe as well, so just going to get straight in over that. Gonna be seeing our next coming into place then, Cybercore coming through, so we get that settled down for a couple of moments. Get that on the way. Gonna settle this down again. Just gonna see the adept in the warp gate coming through for a couple of moments, so bring that about. Get this settled in. Gonna see the couplings are gonna get in after the probe for a few moments. Just gonna take that down for a little bit, and just try to see where we are gonna get to over the next few moments. So, trying to get into positions. Gonna see that probe coming about for a couple of moments. Get set up. Trying to get this all underway. Just gonna have the Stargate and the adept in the warp gate coming by as well. Just going to be seeing the adept continue to shade across, so again, moving across over there for a couple of moments. trying to see what else is going on. And Overlord coming about, Vordra and the Adept continue to come through. And yeah, we'll just see the Fieldlings continue to move about. Vordra and the Wolfgate continue to come around then for a couple of moments. Just going to step over there for a little bit. Try to see a bit more of what else is going to happen here. For a moment or two, and just going to be seeing a couple of Lings will move about. There's going to be the Vordra. Is going to be there to play a bit of defense, gets an Overlord. And obviously denying some scouting. Quick forge from herO, so going to be kind of taking straight into forge and Robo facility on the back of this. No sign of the typical Twilight Council straight away. So again, typically you'd expect the Twilight Council to be kind of coming down by now. So not seeing that coming through is, like I say, kind of interesting here. Intrigued to see that not really taking place. The Fueling is going to nibble up on the pylon. And you have the Vordra popping about. Is going to chase down a couple of those Zerglings, push them away down through the center of the map to the bottom. They're building through. Drone and the Overlords are building by. And get set up for the moment. The Queens continue to produce into place here as well, so get that in position. All of that set up just for the next few moments and see what we can try and do. Probably we're going to get a shot or two, so a few hits coming about just for the moment. As we set this up, so again, +1 attack. The Immortal continue to come by for a little bit. Robo coming through, the Gateway coming up. Probes are going to produce by as well. Rocharon Lair, the Overlord speed coming into place. Let's go. What's up, Ice Mine? Thank you so much for the Prime sub, or Ice Min, whichever way you want it to be said. Gonna have the Oracle going to get pushed about. Just going to be seeing the Overlords, the Overlord speed coming through as well. Again, Twilight Council, Robo Bay coming about. That Overlord, that Dropper Lord is coming through. A few Roaches coming in. Overlord speed, like I say, building as we speak. Gonna get that all producing at the moment. Here's the Lings. Gonna try and wrap around. We're gonna be an Adept that's up for grabs right away here. Just gonna look to get that if possible. Vordra turns onto a few of those Lings and tries to push them away for a couple seconds too. There you go, Dropper Lord is up in the skies, and we do have ourselves 4 Queens making their way across. So it is going to be herO trying to go into this fast Colossus play, and Solo is going to try and stop him, thanks to the basically the Queen Roach drop. So in we go. Solo looking to try and stop this, trying to get this in his favor. He's going to see the few Adepts are going to show up. They're going to get in after a couple more of those drones. So a little bit more damage being done there already. Just for the moment. The Voidra going to activate onto that Dropper Lord. Need to get the Queens out of it. Going to pull the Dropper Lord away, pulls the Voidra in a little bit. We do have creep spreading. The Voidra just goes down as herO got a bit too committed, arguably, with the Voidra. And now these Ravagers setting up. Drones went down across the map, so that did happen. Some damage being dealt. We're just going to be seeing a few more Corrosive Valves coming in. The Cannon's going to get dropped. A few more Stalkers will warp in alongside this. We now turn to the left-hand side. The Immortal getting chased. Cannon is going to get barreled down as well. The Ling is going to flip through. There's not enough units here from herO, man. These Lings especially are just going to do some serious work. Probes have to pull into this, so herO clearly feels like he is in danger as well. He clearly recognizes that he's in some trouble at the moment. He's going to see the Ravagers turn back to the right side. The Colossus kind of getting jumped towards. As we just see the Stalkers in the front trying to block a little bit. That Colossus will actually live. It's going to be super low. We actually didn't clean out a lot of the units on the left side. I actually thought we'd killed off a bunch of those, if I'm going to be honest. So I'm a bit surprised to see them still standing. A few more Corrosive Valves toward the Stalker Immortal. A couple of Valves going to get in behind. Does not land just yet. We are going to see the rest of this continuing through. It's going to be seeing the Colossus firing up. Just going to move across for a little bit. Again, the Colossus all gathering in for the next couple seconds here. It's settled for the moment. Take a couple of moments again. Colossus +2 and Blink all coming by. Roach Ravager continuing up and into play. Again, +2, Blink all coming about. The Colossus coming through. Roach Speed, Overlords, or Roach Speed, Dropper Lords, and everything else coming by as well. So again, we get a lot of that brought through for the moment. Just going to be seeing some Zerglings work their way around that left side as well. The Dropper Lords will come over to the left to maybe catch those and take them away. Man, I can't believe that Solo does not have a Colossus on the kill tab. That Colossus really getting away with something there. As the drop lords, like I say, will take some Zerglings for a trip in toward the main base. So here with the defense, and now in Triple Colossus, it's actually kind of terrifying because that is so much splash available. And okay, maybe the Roach Ravager portion of this army does not care that much about the splash damage, but there is still genuinely, you know, factors here that are going to be kind of noteworthy. As you just see, the Colossus are going to be firing up. That's why I like the drop lords, because it should peel some attention in toward the main base, right? So I imagine some attention is going to get kind of peeled away here, and that's going to give you maybe the chance to get through and get this attack going. You're still 60 army supply ahead going into this, so let's see what happens. Ling Roach Ravager looking for the jump up. The Colossus are kind of in the front right now. They can go up to the high ground, but we're going to lose one very quickly. And obviously them backing away means they can only hit so many things. The Stalkers start to back away through that gap in the wall as well, trying to make their getaway right now. Just going to see the rest of the Roach Ravager coming through. A couple more Biles. The Stalkers pull back. Just going to be seeing the probes continue to take damage. Battery taking a few more shots. Roach Ravager stepping in again. Colossus still taking hits. We're going to actually lose another one. Does herO have enough to hold on to this at the moment? We're going to be seeing Solarton back around to the third base. Immortal in the front there is going to do a lot of damage. That Colossus is still alive. That's the one that survived earlier, so just imagine the difference in this game if that Colossus had not lived here, right? Imagine the difference that would have been happening, you know, if there's one less Colossus. We do kill 24 probes, so it's still a successful attack here from Solar. Hard to say otherwise. As the Stalkers and the Roaches continue to come by. And yeah, I do think I like where Solar's at, but I mean, +2 attack. We still have some tech units available from herO. I'm not going to say that Solar's got this game in the bag just yet, because I actually don't think he does. It's not that simple. Yeah, army supply good. Worker count very good. +2 against tech units. I'm a little concerned still. I don't want to be. I don't really. I do think it's obviously trending a lot more in Solar's favor than it is herO's. And just maybe herO pulls off some magic with some Colossus Disruptor Micro. I actually think I'd still prefer it if herO still had 3 Colossus. Like, the Disruptors are obviously like a bam, we can hit so much all at once kind of units. And that's a great Disruptor shot. It's not going to get much better than that. I was just going to say 3 Colossus obviously laser beam for so much damage consistently, and I think that's actually very important here. Well, then we see, like I say, a shot like this coming through, and maybe it doesn't matter. Roach Ravager chasing through. The couple of Mortals are going to get grabbed. The Zealot's going to be there. Colossus is going to go down. herO will not have enough to defend. Wow. That Colossus was such a kind of the be-all and end-all of the game. It's kind of fitting that the game should end moments after it goes down, because I don't think herO gets this far with one glass Colossus alive. But in the end, it still wasn't far enough. Solar will strike hard and heavy for the first game of this finals. Going up 1-0. Do we think 4 or 5 Immortals would have been better than the 3 Colossus? 3 Colossus can be really good, though. Like, the thing is like, Immortals, if you go Immortals, Solar goes more, if Solar goes more Ling heavy, then you're actually in a bit more trouble. With the Colossus, the Ling frontline melts. And if you have enough Stalks to fend off the Roach Ravager, and the Colossus can kind of, you know, hit the Roach Ravager consistently, they still do good damage. So I actually think it's one of those things where it's like getting to Colossus is typically the issue. In this case, the attack came at a point where the 3 Colossus were already out. So I actually think in that case, I'd rather have the Colossus. It's just the fact that, like, say, well, the first attack didn't come when you had 3 Colossus. You saw how dangerous the first attack was, right? I think is what I'm getting at. And you saw how dangerous that first attack was. Immortals would have made that much more comfortable. Yeah, it's tough because you're basically just saying as the Protoss, you're saying my Colossus are my answer to your Lings, and then they're going to be okay against the Roaches. So it's really one of those questions where it's like it doesn't really matter what you ask, because the reality of the situation is that it just depends on what the Zerg does next. You know, it depends what the Zerg decides to build as the next step of this, and so on and so forth. So there's not really like a really easy answer in that regard, you know. I think typically Immortals is obviously the preferred option. Otherwise, we wouldn't see them so much. But yeah. Alright, some probies on landing. Let's get in game. Let's kick off into game number 2 of this best of 5. On the bottom right-hand side, herO will be our blue Protoss player. He takes on Solar. In the top left, our red Zerg for game 2 of this BO5, and the first probe across the map early. Looking to get the denial on the... yeah, looking to get the denial on the battery once again. I'm going to get there. It doesn't have the money for it this time, though, so that will not be successful. Probe is there in time to block it, so here make sure that Solar is forced over to the third base location for the expansion. Just puts that little bit of a cheeky spin on things here for a few moments. Probe pulls it back up, gonna nibble a little bit. We do see a few drones coming back around. Again, hatch gas. Soon spawning pool from Solar. And herO just with the gateway at the front as well. Nothing too weird from him just yet. Alright, Proby. We'll move around still. A couple of drones coming across to you. Put a bit of pressure on. See what's happening. See what we can do. Excellent. Cyber core just coming in. Again, the hatcher coming up. The drone on the way through. Just going to be seeing that drone nibbling up at the probe for a couple of moments. And again, a bit of damage being done. Nice and lightly on the front doorstep to begin with here. Colossus bad versus Roach. I mean, Colossus are fine against Roaches. You just, like I say, I think a bigger issue with Colossus is oftentimes the price and time it takes to get to a lot of Colossus. It's very difficult. Like, it really depends. Like, obviously, if you like Colossus laser beaming throughout a fight are always going to be pretty good, no? You would think. So don't get me wrong, I think they're better options. I just think it's unfair to say like Colossus bad versus Roach. It's kind of like saying Storm bad versus Roach, because Storm doesn't like just one shot the Roaches down or chunk through them every single shot that that the Storm, or every single tick the Storm hits for, you know. I think the reality is 3 Colossus are never going to be bad against low tech units. I think that, to me, that is the reality. It's like Colossus are just never going to be bad against Roaches if there's like 3 Colossus that are laser beaming from afar, you know? But that's the question, like, you know, that's not always the case, right? And I think a lot of the time the issue is actually just setting up into those kind of positions and getting to those sort of places, so... it's interesting. It's interesting. Lings, drones, queens building through. We got the Oracle and the Wolf Gate coming about. Nexus, Gateway coming through as well as we take a few moments here. Just gonna see that Oracle activating onto the Spore Crawl for a couple of moments as well, so just gonna work straight onto that as Nexus and the Gateway continue to build into place for a couple of moments. Wolf Gate still coming through at the moment as well. Better just spam Blink Stalkers. Yeah, but that's under the assumption that the Zerg is going to be, you know, too low IQ to be like, wow, he's only spamming Blink Stalkers, let's not make Lings. That's the thing, like, again, in a vacuum, it may be better to just do other things if you know all he's going to make is Roach Ravager. But the beautiful part of these Zerg attacks is that they can mix the composition because they can also make Lings. So if you don't have enough of an answer to Lings, then the Lings are an issue, right? And that's where, like I say, Colossus actually give you kind of good depth because they actually deal with both Lings and Roach Ravager. And then if you don't have the Lings, the Roach Ravager is definitely a lot less effective because they're going to lose their front line very quickly, and then all your other units can then trade against the Roach Ravager too, right? So I do think there's a good argument to be made to kind of, you know, like I say, talk a little bit deeper about it or so, you know? At least for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the couple of depths coming around. We take a couple of moments here. Just going to be seeing that Resonating Glaives coming up. Queen's going to go push the Oracles away for a couple of seconds. Just going to chase that out for a little while. Those Oracles peel back over to the sides. Just going to be seeing the Forge coming through. And Resonating Glaives coming up just for a little bit. Just gonna see those Adepts gonna get through. Zerglin's gonna get chased. The other Adepts are gonna come shading about as well. Resonating Glaives coming by then. And just have ourselves the Adepts gonna go for a big shade up. Glaives is done. Roach is on the way from solo. Defense looks good. Wall off to make sure the Adepts can't go too far. They're gonna dive onto the Queens. There are some Lings and some Roaches here, and the Oracles are gonna help us out. The Adepts will now be allowed into the base as the front line gets cancelled. Adepts up into the main base. See a bit more of what's up. Just gonna see 4 or 5 drones, 6 drones going down. This is a reasonable defense for Solo if he kind of stops losing drones here. If you clean up these Adepts at this point, lose a few more drones that don't blow away, sure. You're going to be behind about 15 workers. I mean, a lot of this is obviously Solo's not replenishing workers. He's getting ready for the attack. So Solo's getting ready to say, let's do this. Overlord speed coming up. All the Ling Roach Ravager coming online. So a lot of that just getting set up right now as we do have the couple of Queens going to be coming over. The Oracles will set up to chase. And a little Revelation coming down the Queens as well. And again, +1 Blink coming through the Dropper Lord. It's going to build also here currently. So bring a little bit more of this away. Just going to see the Queens still going after those Oracles. So again, taking a chance to hit at the Oracles for a moment or two. It's a lot of units. And Sola is going to send it 85 to 54 army supply. Contaminated the Blink to try and give himself a little bit more time before that Blink is up and running. I mean, gotta kind of love that idea. As the Ling is looking to threaten that Stalker's around. Uh-oh, Stalker's in some trouble. Crows of Biles coming down. One Ravager getting blasted already, as we are going to see, again, a lot of these Stalkers taking a lot of damage right off the bat. The Stalker's taking a lot of hits right there. We've seen the Roach Ravager going to stick around. I mean, supply is obviously very even because of the way that this is working right now. I just don't think that's going to be enough from Solo. I do think these Stalkers are going to stand up for themselves, and now that Blink is done and +1 is close, the Ravager's obviously very exposed too here, and if you lose all the Ravagers, there's not really much behind this. GG Sola. His attack is not going to do what it needs to see success, and we are going to see herO taking game 2 of this best of 5. All right, herO taking it to a 1-1 scoreline. And we will head into game 3, Title Citadel. I'm loving just not having to do any admin stuff. I'm just sitting here and people are just hosting the games. I'm just sat here and we're just getting to cast. It's so nice. How wonderful. All right, Title Citadel coming up. Alright, let's jump into it, guys. Let's send it, as we're going to have ourselves in the top left-hand side. The blue Protoss player here, tying us up 1-1, is herO. His opponent, Sola, in the bottom right. Sorry, just need to tap for something very quickly, guys. Alright, So we get underway on this one, guys, and see Solar had that 1-0 lead, now down to 1-1. To send ourselves a set up the front there from herO. Gateway on the low ground, no surprises. Once more the probe coming, but not going to be in time to block a hatchery or anything in this game, so that hatchery going to get up just fine for the moment. Drone chasing, probe taking damage. Just gonna see the probe moving about, just gonna see the Stabicon is on its way in with the next coming out as well. And a couple queens, couple lings, the overlord all coming about. The drone will chase the probe for a couple of moments, so get this set up and ready to rumble for the moment here. We're gonna see our depth moving about. Stargate coming up. Probes on the stalker coming through the warp gate building. Again, Ling Speed Overlord and the hatchery coming around right now. As just see, the Stargate about to finish. A couple Lings are gonna go jump onto some rocks on this low ground. We'll work our way through that. So the Lings will continue to fight. Again, that Ling Speed continue to build through. And Ling Speed Queen all coming up. Just gonna be seeing a few drones in the Overlord coming around as well. Get that underway. Gonna drop the Nexus down, the pylon coming into place, a couple of drones and the queens continue to come through. This set up for the moment. Gonna see the Lings and the Queen will continue by then, so we set that across for the moment. The Queen just gonna go in after the Oracle for a few moments, gonna stasis ward. The drones do pull out the way initially. Oracle takes some shots, moving down for a couple seconds. That Queen's still gathering up. Eva Chim are going to be there. Again, drones in the Overlord will continue to settle in as well here just for the moment. Trying to see what we can do. It's going to be the Twilight Forge and Robo Facility. The combination of everything coming in at first. Starting us off with that. Adept's firing, Oracle's activating. A couple of those Lings are going to take some damage and take a few shots. Again, the gates, Robo Facility, +1 attack upgrade, all continuing to come on through. Get into place for a few moments. That all set up. I don't know if the Queen's going to be there. Oracle's getting turned away. I'm seeing a couple Oracles going to activate, and a couple of those drones going to take some damage as well. So a few hits coming about. Shots coming through just for a little bit of time right now, so bit of damage being done. Again, Charge, Immortal, Temple Archives, and the gates all continue to come through as well for a little bit longer. Let's see the little cancellation here. These Ling's going to be aggressive. Get a couple of structures, to be fair. That's once again just Ling Ravager on the way from Solar, so aggression is coming off the 47 drone count. Get ready to go in the next couple moments. Way we are heading. Well, I'm going to see the drop load loading back up, getting reset right here. Coming straight across right now, that Ling Roach Ravager getting up this high ground and pushing on through. Corrosive Bile onto the cannon, a couple of Biles hitting, and the Oracles going to be stepping back for a moment or so. The Zealots trying to step forward as well themselves. A couple more Corrosive Biles coming in. Extra Ling is going to run through. The Roaches are going to get there. Just going to continue to clean this out for the moment. This army continue coming back. And again, a couple more Corrosive Biles. Cannon goes down again. The Zealots are still trying to chase forward. And the Zealots will just charge in after those Queens. That is going to be a pretty good cleanup from herO with the Lings running in on the natural expansion. That's going to be the annoying part that Solar still has going for him, but it's not exactly looking good long term right here. As I see the Immortal and the Zealot just going to continue up. A little Oracle going to eat a Revelation. Oh, an energy recharge, I should say, not a Revelation. So we eat an energy recharge there for a couple of moments. The Lings coming back about. And again, the Immortal and the couple probes coming through as well. Just going to see Roach Ravager still building along. Queen's on the way for the moment. Well, Ling Roach Queen continuing through for a couple seconds. Just going to see that Ravager speed Roach speed coming up, but I just don't think it looks pretty for you when you kind of fail this first attack. When herO holds the first attack, especially, that really kind of nets you in typically a very difficult position that really kind of leaves you in a spot where it's so hard to kind of get out of and recover from. Roach Ravager Queen moving back over a couple seconds here. And Revelation down. Keep track of a couple of these units so far. Army does just continue together. I'm just going to see the Prism. Get a bit of a move out onto the map, so the Prism is going to move across. I'm just going to see the Queen's going to be there. Oracles will take some damage. A little Revelation coming down as well. Prism reloads again, +2 attack. Thermal Lance coming online. Army just stepping over for a moment. Continue to get that on the move here. Just for a couple moments, so move that across. Again, the feelings getting in after those probes as well. Everything else still gathering up. Corrosive Bile to break the force field in the background. There's just a bunch of so much tech here. The Archon splash is going to be massive. The Immortals are going to shred any roaches that are low from the Archons. And then, obviously, if a few Zealots get in the front, that'd be nice here. Maybe could have done a bad job saving a couple of the Archons in the prison, but I was going to say, as long as we're not losing, you know, the Immortals especially, this really feels fine. The probes going down is a pain point, right? I mean, it's going to keep herO away from a stronger economy that he probably deserves to have. These Lings just keep getting in. If we can stop those Lings, this really would just simplify things big time. So, it would be a major plus if we could possibly get there. It's just actually getting there is only the difficulty right now. So yeah, not exactly easy. There's a little bit more Ling Roach coming up. Just close the door here. That's all we ask, please. Quite a typical herO move. herO doing herO things. As Prism moves back over, just gonna see the Roach Ravager able to knock those rocks down. And again, the Lings are gonna be there. We open up this space. We're just gonna run straight to the high ground here and continue to run forward. Let's see the Prism pulling back and getting away. Roach Ravager coming through. Again, that missile upgrade coming over. Drones on the way out. And settling down for now. Queen is going to fire. Prism taking a lot of shots. Another few hits coming in as well. gonna see the Zealots coming through, taking a couple of moments. The Roach Queen is gonna be there to push that back. We will take a couple of seconds. Wings gonna die back in this mineral line. Solo's gonna be maxed out to try for another fight. I mean, we're talking about a 165 supply Protoss. It's pretty decent across the board. In fact, it's very decent across the board. As we do see the Immortal Stalker coming back over. We've seen a few corrosive vials coming down already, just getting a few shots coming about. Just gonna see a couple of more continue to gather around as well. A couple more Immortals gathering through, coming back across. Just gonna be seeing the Immortals and so continue to come about. Just gonna be seeing this hatchery going down and continuing through at the moment. Just a couple of Archons coming around. I mean, this is herO just on the push. I mean, his supply is still 30 supply behind, but again, we kind of believe in the quality of this army. Let's see if that's true. Maybe a few more Zealots would be nice. herO obviously stepping back away from this fight for a couple of moments. Going through with this again, moving around a little bit right now, trying to see what else is going on. Just going to be seeing a couple more corrosive vials still coming through to the rest of that as well. Ravage is just going to be there, continuing to push back. A couple of Archons is going to finish morphing the Immortal coming over. And the +3 attack upgrade coming through too, just for a moment or so on that Forge. Roach is going to get around to the left-hand side. The Stalker's going to dive to the bottom, so they're going to make that play down over here. Just going to jump straight through. A few drones begin to go down right off the bat pretty much. And then we just recall away. hero's still kind of held back on supply. Like, he doesn't have a fourth base, so I guess his army commitments have been pretty real. And as long as Solar still kind of holds 4 bases, there's still going to be a chance he can scrap these fights around a little. So I guess we'll see how it all ends up. It's an interesting game state because it does kind of naturally trend towards feeling as though it's like this shouldn't be kind of survivable for Solar. This shouldn't be something we can kind of stick around in. Alas, here we are. so yeah, here we are anyways, right? Like, so maybe we still can. Maybe something can come to this. And just see the couple shots going through. Roach is going to get there, going to pick off the pylon. +3 attack on the Forge coming up as well. Bringing that through for the moment. A lot of Ravages that are moving across the map right now, so it's going to be a pretty serious investment of movement. We see the Stalker Archon is going to be there, knocking down a few more of those Lings. The Ravagers moving up for a little bit. More corrosive vials, trying to get there for a little bit, and just trying to see the rest of this army moving through. I mean, we are going to have a couple of vials again. I mean, this army's a little split up. Like, not all of hero's units are able to fight at once here. It's not a bad position for Soul to kind of get caught in a little bit of a fight for. Now hero has to take this 4th. I mean, if he gets the 4th up and defends the 4th, then it feels good for him again, right? But at least now Solar's going to have a bit of a better army composition to work with. Melee upgrade going to be done. Bailing speed will be done before anything else happens here, I feel like. Unless Solar kind of forces the fight, which maybe he does. Stepping through at the moment to toy with that idea, at least. Couple of vials. First Archon going down. A lot of the Immortals are stuck in the back as well, not quite able to reach and to truly join in this fight, so another reason to be a little cautious right now. A few more vials coming in. The Immortals going to get pushed back. Stalkers. Just going to try and move forward. Can we get rid of the 4th base? Yes, we can. So no 4th for herO. And Solar loses a little bit in doing so. He kills 9 probes. He's also into the main with the Lings again. How many times have Lings gotten through? Just going to be seeing the Zards are going to get there. A couple of corrosive vials coming down also. And then the Roaches and the Bane speed continuing up. The extra Ravages coming in. And the Bane's coming through too. 13 Banes in production. Link Bane all coming up. Bane speed going to finish very shortly. A lot of that coming straight through right now. 24 Lings in total in production at the moment. So again, a lot of those Lings brought up and ready to rumble. Overload goes down. Just going to see the Prism loading back up. We will have ourselves the few Stalkers stepping down. They're going to grab a Baneling now. Stalkers blinking for a couple more Banelings. Going to get one, not quite a second though. A lot of units, and I don't actually love herO's army necessarily right now, just kind of fighting through this choke, especially if the Banes get there and splash through some of the initial shields and so on that force. That could actually kind of get a little bit frustrating for herO. He's still struggling to kind of fight this army of Solar off. Think back to the game Solar played on Tournament against Showtime in 2025 Championship, or maybe a bit before that. It was a few months ago at this point, but I think back to that match because it was kind of such a similar kind of game where I just didn't believe in Solar, and then at 20 minutes he finally won on Roach Ravager. And it's one of those games where it's like, just gives you the belief that maybe sometimes Solar can actually make that happen again, and right now is maybe one of those times. A few Banes crashing in, by the way. Maul's going to get blasted, the Stalker's getting caught. There's a lot of Stalkers going down, the Roach Ravager absolutely trading well. herO's army is not holding on. Oh, Corrosive Biles maybe should have gotten the Prism sooner. We do not get enough Biles to kill the Prism off. The Queens will be there. The Prism will die now, but the Zelds got warped in. Doesn't matter, especially as Zerglings are killing the probes on the other side of the map again. Solar is getting it done here, as we are going to see the drones are pulling through. Solar just needs to make sure he doesn't die right now, but he's actually fine. These Ravagers and Lings will chase through, and they will do more than enough. GG, Solar takes a 2-1 lead in a crazy situation. What a game. What an effort by Solar, keeping himself in this. I even think just believing that you're still in this at times is kind of ridiculous, because like this position was just really not pretty in the slightest for Solar at points. And I do think herO kind of had part to kind of blame for that. Like there's points where maybe herO should have just sat back and he took fights which kind of maybe gave Solar some options and opportunities. If herO gets a 4th base up before anything else as well, then that also would have just been huge. So yeah. All right, we are going to get ready for Game 4, guys. Solar into the lead, 2-1 in the favor of him. Got a new gaming chair? Yes. It was a very important, a very necessary purchase from the last one, because there's a... I'll go this way. There's a slight upgrade on this chair. Invisibly. A slight visible upgrade. As we get ready for White Rabbit here, map 4 of this series, and we will be off and away in just a moment. Nope. Misclicked my hotkey to go in game, but you guys didn't miss anything. Just I looked over and we still weren't in game. I was like, what? The hell? Top right hand side, the blue Protoss player is herO. And he's taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom left, we've got Solar. As we get into game number 4 of this best of 5 series. Let's see what happens here. Entry goes down. Getting the simulator coming through, Hatchcast Pool coming up. Take a couple of moments as we just have ourselves the early game of PvZ developing through. Maybe for one final time a day, guys. This could be our last game of the day. So it's been a fun first week of the Kung Fu Cup. We are going to be back next week for Kung Fu Cup again. Of course, over this weekend. I'm actually off Saturday and Sunday this weekend, but there's Team League games tomorrow and Friday. So you guys can look forward to that. But yeah, I'm off on Saturday and Sunday. I'm taking a weekend off to play some cards. Try and win some games, a couple of tournaments. There's like back-to-back tournaments Saturday and Sunday, so I'm gonna see if we can succeed. Hence, I will not be here Saturday and Sunday. We haven't organized any streams, so. Lings is gonna go jump onto some rocks here. Lingsby coming up, Hatchery coming through. You can see the Lings nibbling at the rocks as we clean this out. Gonna be having the queen coming about. Adept is gonna be there for a couple of seconds, so we'll get this underway. Get set up for a few moments and see where we're gonna take things as the link speed continues about. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through, the Adept and a couple of probes coming around as well, so we got a lot of that set up for the moment. A few Lings and the Hatchery continue to come through. And just gonna see the queens and the link speed continue to build into place. So got a lot of that up and running right now. Set this all off. Oracle going to activate. A couple of drones going down. The Queen's going to chase, and those Oracles will take a bit more damage. So Oracle taking a few more shots. Nexus, probes, and the Warp Gate coming about. The Oracle still building. We get the few drones coming through as well. Evolution Chamber and the Spore Crawlers continue to come by. Just going to be seeing a couple of Adepts will gather in the center. The Oracle's gathering up as well. Drones and the Evo Chamber and the Lings and the Overlords all building up for the moment. Just seeing the Queen's going to be there to push the Oracles away. Still going to fire. We are going to be having the Overlord still taking some shots. It's going to go down in a moment. Overlord is going to die, so Overlord picked off here already. Meanwhile, the melee upgrade coming through from Solar. The Twilight Council and Forge are both building, and the Gateway and the Nexus building as well. A lot of that just coming online for the moment, so bringing a lot of that through. As yeah, these couple of Adepts going to try and shade back down the bottom. They're going to be met by Lings and Queens. The Adepts will go down pretty quickly, but the Oracles show back up. We're going to kill one Queen. I'm going to kill two Queens, but at the price of an Oracle. Another Queen pops out. Oh, Queen on the other side gets another Oracle, by the way. So that's two Oracles down for two Queens. That's not worthwhile. There's no way you're happy trading Oracles for freaking Queens. Now, maybe against Solo, because he likes the Queen dropping stuff a lot, but like, I really don't think there's a world where you look at this as here and you're like, well, that was a great trade. Like, Queen popping out defensively, and then also the Queen from the left side getting the final kill, or the final shots to kill Oracle 2. That's a pretty major factor. The couple probes pull in there, so then gets chased back the other direction for the moment. Yeah, they're just going to see those Zerglings gathering up as well, so we take a moment or so here. It's all settled in for now. And again, the Bay Nest, the Lair, continue to come through, so we take a couple seconds, just see the few Lings are going to threaten the idea of maybe making something happen here as well for a little bit. Folks will shade about, the Lings will gather up. More depth is going to come over for now, so again, just stepping across with that. You see the Oracle still overhead as well, and yeah, melee upgrade coming by. The Hydrogen is in production from Solar too, so continue to get that into play at the moment. Hey, what's up, Pashka? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel today. Thank you so much indeed, as the Lings continue to take a few more chips off the Stalkers. The Stalkers are able to get a bit more done for now, and that will be about it for the moment. Groove Spine still coming through. The Hydro production from Solar has obviously been much more of a kind of normal game in terms of him not just being aggressive straight away. And obviously he's kind of just building up into Ward, Lingbane, Hydra at the moment. And that has kind of been his plan for a little bit. So continuing through with that for right now. As you have, the Stalkers are going to step forward. Looking for a little extra over here as well. No shots coming about and just having ourselves. Yeah, these Stalkers continue to come through. A couple more drones being picked away at. herO is doing some really good damage just before the Hydras are really ready here from Solar. So really at the kind of the prime time. Any later than this would not be exactly doing much. And these Lings continue to chase on forward. The Stalker is going to be reinforced in the Oracle overhead here to try and help out in the near foreseeable future. And Queens will try and hold on. The few Hydras again gathering up for a few moments. That's a lot of Stalkers around. I mean, like, I feel as though Solar has the supply to deal with this. Okay, he's got some Lings across the map. He's going to force a defensive warp in. I mean, that is something at least, as the Lings will get through. They're going to get the Stalker that just warped in defensively. Now the probes. Well, he didn't actually get that Stalker, but he will force the probes to pull. He will actually start killing probes. For once, this is not herO filling a wall off. This is just his wall off being broken down. Maybe that's why he doesn't believe in walls, because even if you do wall, he gets killed. As the Hydras and the Lings together are teaming up, and this starts to look a little bit better from Solar as he does push these Stalkers back. Only 48 probes from herO. No other real tech in this game. Like, he is just sending this off 6 gates of Stalkers, and like I say, there's nothing else coming up for him. There's no follow-up really coming into play at all. Hard to really love this at all right now for our Protoss player, because it feels like herO's numbers are really just going the wrong direction and being left in a bit of a weak place at the moment. Stalkers showing up. Again, the Hydra count is just high. And because herO's not doing anything else, that's what the real issue is. Because there's so many Hydralisks, you're going to have a real difficult time dealing with those if you don't have any kind of splash damage. And there's nothing on the way to start moving toward that. We're now going to see Lings jumping onto the Cybercore on the other side of the map and putting some pressure in here. But Solar is looking pretty good. I like his position. If that Cybercore goes down, by the way, this is terrible for herO, because then he cannot possibly warp in any more Stalkers, right? Cybercore goes down. He's going to need a new one. He doesn't have one, right? No, he does not. So he can't warp in Stalkers right now. There's a cannon on the third base. Solar just says, cool, don't care about that position anyway. Never even cared about it. As the Hydras continue to chase, and like you see, you can't warp in Stalkers right now, so you have to start warping in Zealots instead. Well, Charges just started, so they're not even going to be full effectiveness for quite some time at the moment. Again, Hydra building through, Bane speed, missile upgrade, the Lings all building by. These Hydras are going to come across, going to jump onto the Stalkers for a little while. We're going to see a few Banes just going to slow waddle their way into this mineral line. A few probes actually transferring over end up being the ones that go down. It's a good defense from herO at least. As Solar is going to start sending a large chunk of units across the map, or we use these to wrap around. Obviously, it's a bit scary because if you wrap around this incorrectly, it can be very dangerous. See the Lings on the other side. The Stalker's going to recall herO, realize what was going on. Well, that gives you the chance to get across the map, though, if you want to as Solar, and then put the pressure onto the other side. Like I say, there has been no splash damage on the way at all for herO, so he does not have a good long-term plan in the slightest to deal with these Hydralisks. I mean, okay, it's on the way. Right, Temple Archives is coming up. There is almost no chance Solar is not going to be attacking before that Temple Archives is done. Solar is not dumb. He knows what's good for him. And he knows attacking into a Protoss with no splash is generally going to be seen as good for him. So I'm pretty confident in Solar's ability there. And you see those Hydras chasing into the Stalker going down. Ling and Bane continuing through. A few Banes crashing into a couple of Zealots here as well. For a little bit of bonus damage. I mean, these Stalkers blinking about. There's just no stopping this army. Surely there's just no way. +2 attacks about to be done. I'm not sure that's going to make any difference. Stalkers doing limited amounts of Stalkers, doing limited amounts of damages, whatever. 24 probes dead already, and that's just going to continue. The Stalkers going down, herO is going down, and Solar is going to be the champ of the Kung Fu Cup in Week 1. Going to be leading the Kung Fu Cup leaderboards, and just, yeah, having a great opening week here. He looked good today. He looked actually really good in his CVP. Obviously, a bunch of different builds. But that game 3, definitely able to bring it back from what definitely felt like a bit of a rougher position. As he blasts through this natural expansion, herO's fighting till the very bitter end, but it will not be enough. GG's, and Solar is going to be 3-1 champion of the Kung Fu Cup today. Yeah, well played by Solar. Very well played. Alright guys, that's the Kung Fu Cup for us today. We'll be back over the next couple of days with some Team League, and then WardiTV Mondays on Monday. If you guys have enjoyed the StarCraft 2 today, we super appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Anything to really say? Not really anything to really say or add on, I actually don't think. Just obviously, if you enjoyed the stream, like and subscribe on the YouTube. Follow if you're with us on Twitch. And come back and watch more StarCraft in the future is the one thing that we always advocate for. So consider coming back for more StarCraft in the future. But honestly, just thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. Obviously, if you do have a Prime sub, you can use that to support for free. Like I say, do the things that support the channel because it allows us to keep on streaming. Call of Dragons is what we've got going on right now as well. ! COD in the Twitch chat will give you the link for the Call of Dragons download. Downloading the game alone counts as support. And that is something that straight away directly supports the channel. We get given money for every download. If you enjoy it and want to support a bit further, get to level 5. It takes 15 minutes max, honestly. Get to level 5 and you also support the stream even further. And if you really enjoy it, you can keep playing from there. But those are a couple of free ways to support the channel that doesn't cost you anything at all. Braindead coming in with the 1-year resub with the Prime. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you very much. We are really battling, by the way, over this 600 sub count. We keep getting like really close to 600 and then we drop a few subs. So I am determined to try and break that streak at some point soon. So maybe next week we'll give it a shove. Got some good streams coming up next week. Alrighty, guys. I don't have much else to add for you all. It has been a wonderful day. Like I say, thank you so much for watching. I'll run some ads on the outro that helps support the stream as well, as always. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you later. Do I have only 600 subs? I have not even 600 subs. We're at 584. Usually we try and hover around 700, but yeah, 500 plus-ish is kind of fairly regular for us, I guess. So yeah, if you enjoy, subscribe. You thought I have like 10 times more? Oh, I wish. If we had 10 times more, we'd run some more StarCraft events. I promise you guys that much. Yo, Braindead! Gonna come in from the Prime into the 20 gifted subs. Jesus, dude, thank you so much. They go out to Go the Wolf, Green Bob 45, Nando's Bros, Cynical Death, Arekosu, Ojakey, Kukwal Zaven, Milvisk, Munka, Blueberry Ninja, Echo of the Depths, Pat Kachu Bro, Bella Birthday, The Breadinator, The Ardas, Freaks 80, Afrofrog BB, Sketchy JJ, Insulin Warrior, and Vanilla Deluxe Real. There, 600. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that massively. Thank you so very much. Gifters are goated? Absolutely. I appreciate it. That is us at 600. Nice. And then we'll log on tomorrow. We'll probably be back at 590 or something. But for now, today, we did it. Thank you so much. Pashka TLT coming in. Getting my L's and my T's mixed up. Coming in with the gifted sub to Boomcake as well. Thank you so much as well. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Braindead, as well. Big love at the end of the stream. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much for being awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it for us, guys. Unfortunately, even with the subs, I still don't have more StarCraft to cast, but yeah, thank you so much for some love at this end, guys. There'll be a YouTube upload later today as well, so if you want more StarCraft, you can obviously always check out the YouTube channel as well. And I will see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Team League. Have a great day. Sav ads in the outro. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.